Show is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Live on YouTube. Okay, folks, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Hope everyone is doing good, doing good. RoSolo, what's up, girl? What's going on?
Morning.
Morning.
Well, we're doing new things today.
New things, girl.
Today. Good for you. I have to change up a little bit. I'm working.
That's okay.
Just in case anybody want no, see the big old computer them in front of me, man. I work the claims them, I work the claim. I just want to come on real quick and support you. Congratulations for making a move. Tell me like this move still.
I like it. I like it.
Yes, and everything is good as long as you can get everyone up, and we're working with that, and then we keep pushing. But congratulations, happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday.
She said, "Take it easy, I will do the work." Listen, I just want y'all to be safe and enjoy yourself, but don't post too much. I cannot deal with it right now with all the fun. They keep on showing the airport. And people, go ahead. So you're
saying. No, talk about things. What's going on up there in the ATL?
Oh, ATL is cold today. It's bipolar weather. We're cold today, but we are also preparing for Carnival, so don't miss us Memorial Weekend. If we're gonna want to fly drive, all right?
That part.
Because either way it's happening. One Carnival, but ATL is doing well. A lot of people from Atlanta have gone to Trinidad and will continue to travel the Carnival route. But y'all just be safe if you're going anywhere. Y'all have a blessed weekend. I'm moving this weekend, so I'm moving in.
All right.
Fully. Furniture. Big stuff. The big furniture.
Big things are gone. Big things are gone.
You didn't get that yet?
Oh, I was trying to bring up AD1 tax prep, of course, our beloved and dear Donna Ingram. No, she's driving. She's driving. Listen.
She's a TikTok superstar anyway.
I'm telling you, listen, every day I watch her, even if I don't go into the live, but every time she's on my watch her, let me tell you something. I'm channeling her.
Yeah, energy. Absolutely.
I'm channeling Miss Donna of AD1 tax prep. Get your taxes done. Yep, it's tax season. You want your taxes done right, no matter where you are in the United States of America, even if you're outside, and you need to get your taxes done.
And she's so much more than that. She's an educator on what to do with the system if you're here from another country and need to understand how to establish yourself with your EIN or whatever.
ITIN,
ITIN, everything. So big up to Donna and everything she's teaching our culture.
Yes, yeah. She believes in the Caribbean, and let me tell her something. She got 10 toes down. Sean, good morning, Sean. I don't know if you're able to talk, but morning. Welcome to TikTok Live.
Good morning, family.
Good morning, family. How's it going? How does it feel to be on this side?
I did a live with somebody yesterday, and I'm trying to get adjusted to it because I'm newer to this platform.
Me
but
too.
it's growing on me. I like it.
Yeah. I'm scared. You already know, Sean, that I was scared to go on YouTube Live, and I've always been scared of TikTok Live. But I think I feel a little better now. And I think because I have my family with me, I'm able to make it easier. But let me pick up a few people in the that I see here with us. Riance, thank you for joining. RJ, thank you for joining. Of course, thank you for the money guns. AD 81 tax prep. Lormel Skin Food, thank you so much. Thank you for the gifts. That's Tasha. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to everyone here with us so far. All right, so let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Of course, as always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. And I'm so AT's with us on YouTube, right? And of course, AT's not on TikTok. And yeah, AT, I feel you. I wish you were on TikTok with us. He's like, darn, I can't see the CIT fam over here. Let's see. When we're able to get an engineer handle it all, AT, we might be able to fix that. We might just be able to fix that. All right, so as always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. Our first article of business: Bahamian firm unveils first AI-powered loan officer. Bahamas, you okay over there? Blink twice if you need help. Well, let's see what this one is saying. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. This provider introduced what it claims to be the world's first AI-powered humanoid loan officer, and this happened on Tuesday. Her name, Evelyn Philistina. If you know about your Bible, the Philistines. Okay. Her name is Evelyn Philistina, or you can call her Evie. The innovative robot marks a major step forward in integrating artificial intelligence into financial services. Robert Pantry, the founder and CEO of Simplified Group of Companies, revealed that the company has been incorporating AI into its operations for the past 2 years. Evie, he explained, will streamline the client experience by making the process more efficient and user-friendly. Okay. I'm not so sure about that. Evie. Simplified Lending has made significant strides in AI automation. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Sharon. Okay, so Evie and other humanoid robots will be available through the group's technology division, Simplified Tech, offering customers an entirely new way to interact with financial services. Simplified Lending has made significant strides in AI automation, leading to new opportunities as a group and the creation of Simplified Tech. I'm not so sure about this AI loan officer thing. Go ahead, Sean. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I question it too, because when you're digitizing everything and you're letting essentially an algorithm make a decision on whether the person gets the loan or not, because which can be, you can have some circumstances that you might need to explain.
Right.
Is the AI tool or the software going to be able to mitigate that?
Right.
Because if I have a unique circumstance that that needs to be factored in the decision, I think it's a good step forward, but I question having AI do the entire process. There's got to be some form of human interaction, because stuff happens. And theoretically, what if AI gets it wrong and you get denied on a loan based off the algorithm or what decision of the software makes?
Right. And I think that's a general concern with that everyone has, Sean. Welcome, Dr. Sharon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the
Hello.
long time. Long
Oh
time.
no, I was actually over on YouTube. I did not realize you were here on TikTok until you mentioned TikTok.
Day one, Dr. Sharon. Day one, day one.
Yay! But yeah, so I mean, good topic about AI. See, AI has to be taught and primed to respond in a way that's actually going to work and help people. If it's not primed properly, then it's really of no use and it's just counterproductive. And I think for in any realm, any industry per se. And those are my thoughts.
I agree. I think it's something that we have to be extremely careful with. You know, we have to be careful. All right. Thank you for your response, Dr. Sharon. Thank you, Sean. All right, Dr. Sharon, you can go ahead and close your mic. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, folks. Yeah, AI is, while we welcome technological advancement, we have to be very careful because anything that is created by human beings can be programmed, right? It's programmable. And with programming, it can be skewed. Morning, Geely. Morning. Yes. And let me say this. I'm going to read a comment on YouTube. So be patient with me, folks, as I'm navigating different platforms here. Prejudice and discrimination can be programmed as well. And that's an extremely important point. And it's a grave concern. You know, I started out in banking. My first job was in a bank, right? So I did banking for many years in Jamaica. I've worked at 3 commercial banks in Jamaica, worked at one bank here in the US, worked at a credit card, with a credit card company here in the US, also worked with the, this company, it's a subsidiary of this major company, for auto loans. And there's nothing more than being able to have a connection, a personal connection with the other person, with your customer, your client, however you want to look at them. It makes a difference. And I want to say for about a decade or so, there has been the removal of the personal touch. And I don't think that's a good thing. Even in the banks in Jamaica, it's a little impersonal for me. We need the human factor. And let me ask a question. When it all comes crashing down, because nothing is perfect, what do we do then? But Bahamas, I don't know. I'm looking at you with a side eye. I'm hoping that you're saying that she's being developed to assist with loan applications, making the process faster and seamless, document processing, automating tasks that traditionally require manual effort, client engagement. See, so we're going to now be interacting with a robot, client engagement, enhancing the customer experience with AI interactions. I have a problem with that. The client engagement. How many of us have picked up the phone and we get grossly annoyed with the automated system? Press this, press that. And some of us end up, well, let me not talk for everybody, I'm going to talk for myself. End up cursing out these automated systems, and then you realize you're talking to a machine and not a human being. And sometimes you waste a lot of time going round and round in circles. Well, Bahamas, let me know how it go. I need feedback on that one, and we'll catch up on that article another time. AI does not have a heart. Absolutely, absolutely, AT. All right, moving right along. Our next article out of the Caribbean corner. All electric transport board fleet is coming shortly. This article, courtesy of BarbadosToday.bb. When an additional 31 electric buses arrive in the island from China later this year, the Transport Board will remove all its remaining diesel vehicles, creating a fleet of only electric buses. This development was revealed by Fabian Wharton, Chief Executive Officer of the state-owned Transport Board, as he provided an update to the members of parliament as the 2025 to 2026 estimates debate shifted to the Ministry of Transport and Works, under which the Transport Board falls. From the well of Parliament, Wharton told the lower chamber that while the Transport Board had addressed some issues, it still had some challenges because it needed additional resources. I mean, listen, I'm okay with going green, but do you want to get rid of all your diesel vehicles? What if you need backup? You know, even pilots who fly our planes and they do so in autopilot mode, they have to go through the rigorous training manual, the manual training. They have to do that. And there's a reason for that, right? Because, hey, when that autopilot not chip in or when it not work, then better know how to manually fly a plane. So do not discard of the old way altogether of doing things, right? I don't know. A recommendation, I would say, probably have what do you call them? Hybrids, where they are a mixture of gas and electric. Have something. Yeah. That's my recommendation, Barbados. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. What if you have a power outage and you're not able to charge those buses? What if there's a power outage and you're not able to charge these buses fully? And you're out there, out and about, and then the bus then brought down with the people then panic. Okay, let me say this to everyone on TikTok. Not familiar with me and Coffee to my Coffee to family. I am Jamaican. Every now and again, I do chip into patois.
I was going to say something to you, let me come back on.
Yes, come back on and say something to me. Yeah.
But you know what? It is what it is. If AT and Sean can get through it and everyone else, they just have to learn to deal with it. We're teaching everyone patois. That's all. It is what it is. Dr. Sharon, love you. We're teaching everyone patois. It is what it is. They're gonna understand every once in a while. I mean, but you translate.
Yeah.
You translate, but sometimes you chop it kind of hard, and probably what you just said, you may want to translate it for those who don't understand. All right.
Yes, I have to put out a disclaimer, right? So being Jamaican, and I'm sure many of you have heard the terminology 0 to 100 real quick. I'm sure many of you have heard the terminology. We had chip. Yeah, so code switching is what we call it. They call it here in the US, code switching. We go back and forth. Yeah.
We go back and forth. Yeah.
And depending on what it is that we're talking about and how passionate we are, you will hear us default to patois. So forgive me. If you like patois, welcome. If you like Jamaican culture, Caribbean culture, welcome. You will get a full dose of it right here on Coffee and Joe. So we have a question on YouTube Live from AT. Who will maintain these buses? Does it mean more Chinese have to be present? Are you going to be held to a single point failure? Keep the old buses for emergencies. Exactly. Now, it is my hope, AT, that with them doing this, transitioning, that they will have engineers who are going to be trained. So they will be fully equipped with the resources and the resourcefulness as to how to manage, maintain, and repair these buses. I'm not sure if the manufacturer will be sending a team to Barbados or if Barbados will be sending a team to the plant in China so that they can learn and be fully vested and ready to go. So let us keep our fingers crossed for that. And AT also said, you will enjoy patois if you learn it. Consider it another language learned. Yes, indeed. All right, our next article. Let's keep it moving. CGX accuses Guyana of contradicting itself on quarantine license, claims agreement is valid and in force. This article comes to us courtesy of oilnow.gy. Let me tell you something. There are certain countries, certain names we're going to be hearing a lot. Now, in the Caribbean, You're going to be hearing a lot about Guyana. Guyana is what we call the new hot girl. Yeah. Guyana is the new Dolly Pan the Block. Yeah. Guyana thing turn up. Why? Because Guyana has oil. And once you have oil, everybody love you, right? Okay, let's go ahead and get into this article. CGX Energy and its joint venture partner, Frontera Energy, have contested the Guyana government's move to terminate their license for the quarantine block. CGX, in a release on Monday, argued that the agreement remains valid and in force. The partners who have invested in oil exploration off Guyana's coast said the Guyana government has taken contradictory positions on the status of the petroleum prospecting license and petroleum agreement CGX held. They also disputed, the legal grounds for the reported cancellation. The joint venture remains firmly of the view that its interest in and the license for the quarantine block remain in place and in good standing, and the petroleum agreement has not been terminated. All right, and just make sure to keep it where's it kosher, copacetic over there in Guyana. We know what no problems, right? Everybody come together, iron out whatever kinks, whatever wrinkles there are. Please go ahead and handle that. All right, let us hop on over to Jamaica for our next article. This one comes to us courtesy of the JamaicaObserver.com. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness says his administration is building a strong and resilient economy. Holness says investments in public services, crime reduction, and disaster resilience are clear signals of the country's economic progress over the past 8 years. Speaking at the launch of Infinity Cooperative Credit Union Jamaica Limited on Tuesday, Holness credited the government's prudent fiscal management for the nation's improved economic standing. He emphasized, saying, Jamaica is in a different place today because we have an economy that can fulfill the needs and wants of the Jamaican people. Keep it moving, moments. Keep it moving. Don't contest it yet. Jamaica has never had an economy in the last 50 years that can deliver like what this economy can deliver. Highlighting the country's continued economic growth and stability, Holness noted that Jamaica's economic fundamentals continue to strengthen. Debt servicing has dropped from 33% in 2014 to 2015 to 18%, and debt to GDP is set to decline to 68%, the lowest since the 1970s. Additionally, he said, inflation fell from 10.3% in 2022 to 4.3% in 2024. The net international reserves hit a record US $5.6 billion, and business confidence has also risen to its highest level since 2019. Despite temporary setbacks from Hurricane Beryl and Tropical Storm Rafael, the Planning Institute of Jamaica projects a return to economic growth in the January to March 2025 quarter. Well, we have one more month. Let's see how it goes. Well, Holness said as a direct result of economic stability, the government has procured 200 new buses to improve public transportation. So is that supposed to be a sign of doing well economically? Buses? Buses? Okay, you know what? Keep it moving. For the first time in many years, we're able to order 100 new buses for the transportation system, not once but twice, because we have 100 more buses coming in another 4 months. He also noted Jamaica's improved disaster response capacity, highlighting the country's ability to provide immediate financial relief without borrowing. In the meantime, the Prime Minister encouraged credit union members to leverage financial resources for personal and professional growth. He said, borrow to invest in business. I know many people borrow for education. Continue to borrow for education, and I would say borrow for upskilling. For the upskilling part, folks, here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Head on over to coffeeinto.com. Yes, www.coffeeinto.com. Once you get there, go to the resources tab. On that page, you will find a link to the Heart NSTA Trust. Click on that link and see what programs you're able to take advantage of that are free of cost to you. All right. Don't put yourself in debt. And if you're going to put yourself in debt, you want to be so careful. So careful. Good morning, DJ. That's a good business idea to invest in business. Yes, we're gonna hold on now. How you pin the comment there? I don't even know. I don't even know how to pin that comment because I want to get back to that one that DJ said. That's a good idea to invest in business. Yes, we're gonna circle back. However, for those persons who have no collateral to support the loan that you're looking to get, be mindful and be careful. You want to see if you can secure a guarantor, someone who can co-sign with you or for you. Yeah, you want to approach that carefully, especially when we talk about upskilling. Explore what is available FOC, free of cost first. And that is why I am directing you to head on over to coffeeinto.com, go to the resources page, click on the link for Heart NSTA Trust and see what programs are there that you can take advantage of that are free of cost to you. All right. Oh, and before I forget, while you're there, we have a link for the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue 2025 program. Applications for that program close on the 1st of March, and that is tomorrow. After tomorrow, we will be taking the link down. So let me go to the comments here on let me go to the comments here on TikTok. DJ said that's a good idea to invest in business. Open it in the business name. Let the business take the risk. Yes. Is that how it will work in Jamaica? I really hope that people are able to do it that way. All right. That's why it's important to incorporate. Yes, forming an LLC, incorporating your business is very important, folks. Very important. Limited liability removes any encumbrances from you and puts it on your business, meaning you're protecting your personal assets, right? You know what? No, if you default on a loan, them contact your house and your car and all these things. You want to know that you're able to maintain your personal assets, keep them separate from the business. All right. That's what I'll say. All right, I want to say thank you to everyone right here with me on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to everyone with me on YouTube Live as well as on TikTok Live. Yay, we're doing things, we're doing things, we're doing things. Oh, so I'm reading some comments here on YouTube Live. G says, Google Translate now has a Jamaican patois translation section. Not sure how accurate it is, though. Yeah, I need to check that out, Julie. Definitely need to check that out. All right. For those of you on YouTube, please go ahead and share the live. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, comment, engage with us. Yes, the engagement is good. Hey, Dre, morning. Dre made it. Sent you an invite, Dre. All right, we're still in Jamaica. Our next article, let's go ahead and pin that one on YouTube. Good for business, PSOJ hails Fitch's affirmation of Jamaica's credit rating. This article is courtesy of JamaicaGleaner.com. The private sector organization of Jamaica, PSOJ, has welcomed Fitch Ratings' affirmation of Jamaica's credit rating of BB- with a positive outlook, saying it reinforces the government's steadfast commitment to prudent fiscal and monetary policies. On February 21, the global ratings agency affirmed Jamaica's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating, otherwise known as the IDR, and it was rated at BB minus. It upgraded Jamaica's rating from B to BB minus on March 5th of 2024, citing improved fiscal discipline, a declining debt to GDP ratio, and the strength of key institutions. The agency also noted that Jamaica's economy was affected by weather-related events last year, resulting in 2 quarters of decline. The affirmation of BB minus reinforces that Jamaica's economic policies remain on the right track. It also pointed to Jamaica's declining debt trajectory, and that it is expected to or projected to fall to 66.3% of GDP in the fiscal 2025-26 year. All right. Well, I know I can be facetious and I know I can give Jamaica a hard time. I know I give them a hard time. Me not put my mouth on ground and talk. Yeah, when I'm on the good, me big them up. When I'm on the bad, me rip into them. When I'm skeptical, me say it. To be honest, we have to give credit where credit is due. Have they made strides? Yes. Under this administration, yes. Are they perfect? Far from it. Have they made questionable moves? Yes. No if, ands, or buts about it, right? But we have to applaud them for making the effort to improve our rating on the international platform. Now, is this rating, is this improved behavior an effort or a move in the direction to eventually disassociate from the IMF? And by the way, talking about the IMF, I got an article. Let me pull it up on this side here. Got an article from DJ, aka Mr. President, where I am seeing the US. This is and I think it's on the Times of India, if I'm not mistaken. But the US is possibly exploring removing itself from the IMF. Let me open it up and hear what it said. Might as well jump on this one because the question is US to exit IMF and World Bank, and how could it reshape global finance? And I think this is something that all member countries need to pay attention to, right? We have had several conversations on caffeine too about being too reliant on these international bodies. How can we make ourselves self-sufficient, and not just in the Caribbean, but on the continent of Africa, any country that borrows? But anyway, let's go ahead and read this article dated February 27, yesterday. A storm is brewing over Washington's commitment to global financial institutions, with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's absence at the G20 meetings fueling concerns about a potential American pullback from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank. The prospect of the United States stepping away from these institutions is raising alarm bells worldwide, according to Reuters. Born from the ruins of World War II, the IMF and World Bank were designed to stabilize economies and prevent future conflicts. The IMF acts as a lender of last resort, providing crucial financial lifelines to struggling nations. Whether it was Greece during its debt crisis, Argentina amid repeated defaults, or even the UK in 1976. Meanwhile, the World Bank funds major infrastructure projects from railways to renewable energy and helps countries develop financial frameworks. Both institutions are instrumental in shaping economic policy and investor confidence worldwide. So, who needs the IMF? For many countries, IMF support is the difference between economic survival and collapse. Argentina, for instance, depends on IMF cash to pay government salaries, while nations like Sri Lanka and Senegal rely on IMF-backed programs to stabilize their finances. Investors also view an IMF-backed reform plan as a sign of stability. The IMF has long been an anchor for debt investors. So what's at stake if the US should step back? Good question. A US withdrawal from these institutions would be nothing short of a global financial earthquake. Washington holds the largest voting share in both the IMF and World Bank, giving it a powerful voice in shaping economic policies worldwide. That's according to Reuters. If the US pulls out, it would be a disaster. The move would leave a leadership vacuum, allowing China to expand its influence by increasing its stake in these institutions. China has long sought a bigger role in global financial governance, pushing for a realignment of IMF shareholding to strengthen emerging market voices. And I'm going to pump the brakes right there. Hey! Yes, US, I guarantee you, if the US pulls out of the IMF, out of the World Bank, there will be no global collapse. There's not going to be any global financial earthquake. My humble opinion. My humble opinion. But I am not an economist by any means. I just have my little common sense. Mm, mm. Hey. But Mr. President says here the US will never pull out from the IMF and World Bank in the long term. Hey, from what we have been seeing happening since January 19 or 20, whatever the date is a whirlwind of nevers becoming realities, right? We never thought a lot of things would have happened. But Mr. President, sometimes some of us like to chop off our noses to spite our faces. I wouldn't put it past them. Oh, by the way, no Monday, there's something they are going to affect the tariffs. And I think he's planning to up the tariffs on goods coming from China to 20%. It's time to tighten the belt. That's over there, people. That's over there. Oh, by the way, today is blackout here in the US. Mr. President says as soon as Trump is gone, they will go back. Yes, let us keep our fingers crossed on that comment, Mr. President. Let us keep our fingers crossed. Let us keep our fingers crossed. But again, I have said this several times. Rome fell, right? And all great nations crumble from where? Within. It's not the doing of outside people. It's not externals. It's always because of an internal factor. Decisions that are made that jeopardize us, you know? I think they may want to think carefully. Granted, we have also said on the flip side that show us one country that has truly benefited or has been able to move away from either the World Bank or the IMF. Name one that has been able to, after a couple of years or a couple of decades, sever ties because now they are able to sustain themselves, stand on their own 2 feet, take care of their own people. The IMF and the World Bank is like a double-edged sword, in my humble opinion, just an outsider looking in. Again, Ms. Semi is not an economist, right? Never attended the Wharton School of Business. So some might say, what are you talking about? Came across a video on TikTok. Now, let me see if I can open up another TikTok to access this video. Hopefully, let me see. I believe I pinned it. And it was in reference to it's in reference to the whole IMF thing. And it was pretty interesting. Pretty interesting to, let me see if I pinned it, not sure, but it was giving a breakdown of the whole IMF thing, and I was like, "Well, it looks like this person has been listening to us on or other platforms." Oh my gosh. No, okay. It looks as though no, it looks as oh, by the way, let me play this video from Peter Gracie. Long time I haven't seen him, but listen to this.
We've escaped, believing we found something better. But is it really better, or is it just a well-dressed illusion? We flee hardship only to become slaves to a system that exploits us differently. We're chained by debt, stress, by a race that we were never meant to win. Slavery never ended, it only evolved. And while we sit here in these foreign lands showing off like we're better than anybody else, our own country is crying out for us. Jamaica is not beyond saving, but we must stop pretending like we're above it. Yes, we can bash the system, call out the failure, the corruption, the injustice.
All right, Mr. President, mute your mic, Mr. President, mute your mic. Don't want to hear your business. Geely, I know you're on YouTube. Tell Mr. President to mute the mic on TikTok. I don't know if I can mute it. Okay, yeah, I can. Oops, hold on. Why this thing? Okay, I have to do a puzzle to be able to mute mic. Okay, all right, got it. Listen, move out. Listen, this TikTok thing here, you know, I have to refamiliarize myself with it. So begging a little patience. All right, okay. We're back.
About TikTok, my girl. Going well, it's going better than days before. That's all I have to say. Better than days before.
Better than days before, indeed. Yeah. All right. Let me. I'm trying to find the video, but he broke it down so good. And I appreciated his explanation of it. I thought I tagged it. But you know, them have a way for remove the video, them too, you know, when you tag certain things and them not like it, then we'll remove these things. It was probably removed because now I can't find it. Yeah. Anyway, so the IMF and the World Bank, we have had several conversations on Coffee and Toe, and we have questioned if it has truly served it, if they have truly served their purpose. Because remember, you know, my father always said this thing, you know, he who has the money has the power. Whenever you are borrowing from somebody, you are at their mercy. The essence of the video was that every country that has borrowed from any of these international aid organizations have to abide by their policies. They have to adhere to their rules and regulations. You don't have freedom. The freedom not there. You've given that up. So we have to think carefully. And I will say, you know, and Mr. President, I know I would love to hear your perspective on this. If the US were to step away, withdraw from the IMF and the World Bank, do you think that there would be a global financial crisis? Would love to hear what your thoughts on that.
You see? Yes, hello?
Yes, hearing you loud and clear, Mr. President.
Yeah, there definitely would be a fallout because they have to restructure the IMF and the World Bank because they play such a big role in it. Okay? But the IMF and the World Bank as global financial institutions is impotent at best when it comes to lending money and stuff like that. They just exploit countries. There is no major development. They keep you in the debt trap. So I think the world is better off without them. Yes, there will be some great fallout. Yes, we will go through some hardship, but at least the solution that will be derived from not having them will be permanent. And you would see companies grow. Right now, the IMF and the World Bank is just there. And remember, they promote US geopolitical interests. So these are not financial institutions in any way. They are there to promote the US and the West geopolitical interests.
Right. Yeah.
The world would be better off, but there will be some fall off, definitely.
Birthing pains, right? Let's look at ourselves in our personal way. Individually, we all have faced obstacles and challenges. We all have been knocked down. And many of us that have no cushion, we don't have nobody to bail we out. So what we have to do? We have to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, literally, dust ourselves off and move forward. It puts us in a position to think. It tests our abilities. You know, if them withdraw, guess what? We will still survive. And if them withdraw, China will save the day. Don't make ghosts fool you. Don't make ghosts fool you. China probably sit down there, Jinping probably sit down there rubbing his hands and saying, yes, withdraw. This is it. This is where we get to move in. And then it will truly be global dominance for China. Well, anyway, back to the article at hand. Good for Business, the private sector organization of Jamaica, has hailed Jamaica's credit rating, and they are of the opinion, based on statistics, that Jamaica is on the right trajectory. We have made strides, great strides, and there is investor confidence and stability in the financial markets. And I will agree. I will agree. Under this administration, I will agree. As I said, it's not a perfect administration, but we have to give unto Caesar what is due to him. All right. Next up, still in Jamaica, we have Jamaican government outlines plans for new hospital in Bernard Lodge to address the Portmore population. Why wasn't that done before, Mr. Tufton? That should have been done before, not turn the place in our one parish. By the way, that stench that is coming from the high school over there in Portmore, have they discovered what is causing the smell? I hope. I really hope. Thank you to everyone here with me on TikTok. May I beg a little patience, please? Asking for a little patience, as haven't done a TikTok live in forever, and it's my first time doing a TikTok live with co-hosts, co-mods, guests. So I beg a little, a little empathy. I'm also live on YouTube, and I'm inviting everyone here with me on TikTok to go to our YouTube channel and subscribe. All right, subscribe, like, share, comment, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you to everyone for sharing the live here on TikTok. Thank you for all the gifts. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, so back to this article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The government has earmarked land in the Bernard Lodge area for the construction of a new hospital to serve the growing population of Portmore. A feasibility study is currently underway to determine the layout and structure of the proposed medical facility. Portmore is set to become Jamaica's 15th parish, and one of the major objections to this move has been the lack of a hospital in the area. So hold on, wasn't it approved for me confused. Anyway, keep it moving. Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, made the announcement during a monthly meeting of the St. Catherine Chamber of Commerce in Spanish Town on Wednesday. He emphasized that the government has a clear vision and a strategic plan to support the expanding communities in the region. Tufton acknowledged the rapid population growth in St. Catherine, and expressed that the government is taking proactive steps to address the challenges posed by this expansion. We are going beyond that because we feel as a government that we need to split the parish. He explained that the expansion of healthcare facilities in St. Catherine is necessary not only to meet the current demand, but also to prepare for future growth, which is expected with the ongoing housing developments. From a population standpoint, from the development of housing, we're talking about thousands and thousands of people. Bernard Lodge alone represents close to 15,000 new houses. If you add 3 to 4 residents per house, it translates to a significant increase in population. So let me ask you a question, Mr. Tufton. Mega ask you a question. The conversation has been brewing for a hot minute as it relates to Portmore becoming the 15th parish of Jamaica. So when the conversation started, there was no foresight, there was no vision, there was no planning. Do not be surprised, Mr. Tufton, if people say it's because an election is coming up in September. Why no, everybody is scurrying and trying to address concerns and yada, 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 yada. I left Jamaica when? Permanently 2000. I never really left. But yeah, let's go back to the year 2000. Portmore been populated. And are not new. Portmore has had a population, a booming population prior to 2000. And nothing was done. I don't know who was in power in 2000. Me no member, me no know. Me no care. No government thought it prudent to embark on doing anything infrastructurally as it relates to healthcare. Portmore should have had a hospital a long time ago. Long time. Long time. Well,
I'm confused, man. If you build in a new city, that's what you're doing, right? It's a lot of planning that goes into that. Not just hospital, infrastructure, work, how you're going to generate income to pay for the amenities, environmental issues, uh, how is the workforce, how the population is dispersed, school systems, everything. So it's not like you just name it a parish and that's it.
right.
So because people are saying it needs a hospital, you should already have a hospital in plan. Not just build a hospital. You should have how this hospital is incorporated, how it's locked into the road network system, and all these different things. Staffing, cost to run. You have to look at security and the security forces, the water and sewer. There's a lot of stuff it takes into planning a well-run city. So if you're going to plan a city now, it should be even probably better than Kingston because it is literally orchestrated in a more modern fashion.
Right.
So there should be nothing like that is affecting you that bad. I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe I'm lost somewhere.
You see, one thing I can say I have observed when we talk about politics, everybody does things for political gain. No, so. Yeah. And we tend to toy with people for political points, to score political points, to use that when we're campaigning, when we're out and about and we want to garner the votes and we go out there and we use it as talking points. Remember I said this before in Caffeine too, that there must be a school. There is a school. I'm convinced that there is a school that everybody go to when them ready to become a politician or once they become a politician, because they all speak the same language. Same language, any country. The behavior is the same. It's kind of like going to boarding school where you're all conditioned, you're all trained the same way. And then you all display the same behaviors, right? No different. There has to be a school where they want them to do the same thing. So this for me, in my opinion, because elections coming up in September, is being used as a political tool. We're done. Let's keep it moving. We're still in Jamaica. Jamaica. Next one, the NROCC launches $9 billion Trans-Jamaican Highway share sale. This is an opportunity for everyone who wants to own a piece of Jamaica. Here is your opportunity. Let us go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of JamaicaObserver.com. Jamaica's National Road Operating and Constructing Company Limited, NROCC, has launched a public offering to divest its remaining 20% stake in Jamaican Highway Limited, operator of the country's key toll road, Highway 2000 East-West. The offer for sale, OFS, valued at $6.3 billion or 39.9 million US dollars, will open on March the 4th of this year and closes March 18, 2025. Priced at $3.60 per share, the sale offers up to 1.75 billion shares with an option to upsize by an additional 750 million shares if oversubscribed, which would increase the yield to $9 billion. A fully subscribed offer would result in sorry about that. Hold on a second. Okay. A fully subscribed offer would result in NROCC's ownership in TJH being reduced from 20% to 0. The proceeds are earmarked to cover expenses related to the offer and for other uses determined by NROCC in consultation with the Ministry of Finance. All right. Do me a favor, people. If you're in Jamaica or if you are in the diaspora and you are interested in taking advantage of this, speak with your financial advisors in Jamaica, your licensed, respected financial advisors, please and thank you. Get all the information that you need. Get professional advice. Thank you. You can find advisors within any of the upstanding financial institutions in Jamaica. I have to be very careful with that, because we have the whole SSL thing and people might be skeptical about going to boutique financial institutions. Yes, that's what I call them if they're not major financial institutions. And I refer to them as boutique financial institutions because they too have to have an account at the major financial institutions. So yeah, these investment firms, you want to be very careful which ones you align yourself with. Do your due diligence. That's all I'm going to say. But this is an opportunity for Jamaicans to own a piece of Jamaica, to have a say. The highway not going nowhere. It not going nowhere. All right. This offering, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, should well, based on the article, I'm going to assume that it should allow for the paying off of the debt to China where the highway is concerned. So we talk about reducing debt. This is a way for us to help the government to do so. All right. Okay. Next up, the IMF projects. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
What I don't understand is they're divesting only 20%. They have a 20% stake, and they're selling it to the public. Who own the other 80%? My thing is, I don't think things like roads, infrastructure, electricity, and stuff should be privatized. I think they should be run efficiently, and the profit should be put back into it to ensure that the public always has good services. The whole model of privatizing these things, I think, goes against what it should represent.
But is it a privatization though? If you're doing a public offering?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
Probably you're offering it to the public, so you're offering it to buyers. So that's a privatization.
Okay.
I think this should be owned by the government. And even if it's run independently, look at Ethiopian Airlines. Ethiopian Airlines is owned by the Ethiopian government, but they have a body, a professional body they brought in to run it. And in the charter, all the money has to go back, that is made, go back into the improvement and expansion of Ethiopian Airlines. Hence the reason why it's one of the best airlines in Africa to today. And hence the reason all the expansion and so on. So I think that is how you have to run. You could bring in private individuals, hire them, pay them, get the best of the best to run these things. So it's run professionally and it makes profit, but use the profit to put back into it and to improve and so on. When you start to go to shareholders' interest is profit, just share profit. And not all of these services should be focused solely on profit, because then quality and all the other things comes into play. So if you have run it properly, but don't privatize it. That's just my humble opinion.
Okay. There's a video with a young man out of Jamaica. Let me take a listen to what he said.
If you did want to own a piece of the road or you did want to invest in a Trans-Jamaica highway, this might be a great opportunity. As I discussed in a previous video, the government would have outlined plans to divest its roughly $10 billion stake in Trans-Jamaica Highway, which is held by NROC, and that represents 20% of the entire company. And now we finally know what those shares will be sold at. So based on the offer for sale and the prospectus that was posted to the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website, NROC, the National Road Operating and Construction Company Limited, will be offering its 20% stake in Trans-Jamaica Highway to the public at a price of $3.60 Jamaican, or USD 0.0228 cents. So like I mentioned, the prospectus was posted to the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website today, February 25th, 2025, and the offer is expected to open on March 4th, 2025, and the closing date is set for March 18, 2025. Definitely go to the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website to read through the prospectus in detail and consult a licensed financial advisor to see if this is an offer that is right for you, as this video is not a solicitation to invest in or purchase this particular offer. But let me know in the comments, will you?
All right, so, okay, let's see how it plays out, Mr. President. Let's see. In our next article, IMF projects economic growth for St. Kitts and Nevis. Yay! What me want is for everybody in the Caribbean to sever ties with, thank you, Julie, thank you. What me would I like to say is, every country in the Caribbean sever ties with the IMF, be self-sufficient. Regional economics. Let's work together regionally and support each other regionally. But anyway, let's go ahead with this article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The International Monetary Fund. Oh, by the way, if you're here with me, no, not if. Everybody here with me on TikTok. Oh, no need for what Miss Donna from AD1 Tax Prep said. Tap up the live, like up the live, tap it up. All right, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has projected a modest economic rebound for St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you. The International Monetary Fund has projected a modest economic rebound for St. Kitts and Nevis in 2025, with growth expected to rise to 2%, up from 1.5% in 2024. This improvement is largely driven by a recovering tourism sector, while inflation is anticipated to remain stable at around 2%. Despite this projected growth, the IMF's latest Article 4 mission, the report highlights ongoing economic challenges, particularly concerning the country's widening fiscal deficit and declining citizenship by investment revenues. The current account deficit, CAD, grew to 15% of GDP in 2024, up from 12% in 2023, and remains significantly higher than pre-pandemic levels. The IMF attributes this trend to lower CBI inflows and increasing government spending. Hold on a second there. Is it that St. Kitts and Nevis was depending heavily on their CBI program, which is Citizen by Investment Program. And the Citizen by Investment Program is something I know more people are being made aware of now, especially with President Trump. It's nothing new. just a repackaging and raising the bar, but it's a conversation that is swirling around more now with him offering $5 million gold card membership to the US. But yeah, back to Saint hear me out. Back to Saint Kitts. Are you telling me that St. Kitts and Nevis was heavily dependent on the CBI program, the Citizen by Investment Program? That's not good. That's not good at all. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. That's not good. We have to have diversified portfolios as an economy. Any Caribbean country, diversify your portfolio. Look, if something is your mainstay, with things being the way they are, climate change, we are, hurricane path, infrastructurally, we stand to bear the brunt year after year. You may want to explore other opportunities. I mean, I don't know. What if people say, Noah, them tired for them also blow down and them tired for a bill back? It's a financial hit for them year after year after year. And you see a decline in revenue. What's your next go-to? We have to know how to pivot. We definitely have to know how to pivot, people. Anyway, the banking sector also saw rapid credit growth, with loans rising by 11% year over year, particularly in mortgages and consumer lending, while non-performing loans, known as NPLs, have declined and bank profitability has improved. Vulnerabilities persist, of course, especially as credit unions reported an increased delinquency ratio of 10%. Of course, it's a risk. Loans are risks. The IMF warns that the near-term risks are skewed to the downside, citing potential declines in CBI revenue, global financial instability, and economic slowdowns in key tourism markets. However, the country's investment in renewable energy, particularly its geothermal project, presents an opportunity for long-term economic growth and stability. The drilling phase of the project is set to commence with secured funding, offering a potential boost to fiscal revenues in the coming years. The IMF's assessment underscores the need for St. Kitts and Nevis to implement prudent fiscal policies to manage debt levels while leveraging renewable energy initiatives to drive sustainable economic growth. All right. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the likes. Don't forget to go ahead and tap up the screen. Let's go ahead and make it up to 1,000 likes. Go right ahead, Mr. President. Did you open your
Yeah,
mic?
the thing is, St. Kitts depend heavily on the Citizen by Investment Program. But look, we're talking here that it's a good thing that more loans and stuff go out. Yes, people are building houses and consumer loans, right? Now, with all this, what is going into the productive sector? I think a large percentage of St. Kitts' population is employed by the government. So you're taking out loans to build houses and stuff, and it's the same point Mr. Hollis made about more loans for businesses. We need more loans to go into the productive sector, and we need the liquid banks in the Caribbean to stop just lending people loans, giving people loan for house and cars. Most of them, yes, they make money, but they're lending it for house and cars. When you have a business ideas, they ask you for 20%. In most cases, if you have 20%, you're not going to them because you probably would start where you are. We need to see better access to finance for small business. We must pivot to that. If the Caribbean do not do that, well, I don't know how we will improve that sector, because there is no productive loans being given. Yes, mortgage is fine, buying a car is fine, but they don't really add to the economy.
Yeah.
And that is a problem we're having.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Thank you for your comment, Mr. President. Moving right along, stluciatimes.com is where we find our next article. Let me go ahead and pin it on YouTube. Minister Albert Poyotti, and I hope I'm saying her name correctly, please don't kill me, stresses the need for gender balance and support for young men. You know, it's interesting that we're coming across this article, because recently this week, came across a video on TikTok where this young lady pretty much is shunning men. And I was like, huh? What? Shunning their vulnerability. That if whatever them I go through them for wallet, we're not interested. Listen, she does not speak for all women. Let me just say that. She does not speak for all women. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what the topic was. Apologies. Uh, Not sure which one. We are going through some headlines here in the Caribbean corner. You know what? Let me do this before I forget. So, Coffee and Toe, World News on the Go. We discuss trending headlines from around the world. We read the articles that are available on the different media outlets online, and we discuss them. Not all of them, but some of them. I do apologize if I'm not able to see your comment on TikTok as it's posted, as I'm also navigating on YouTube and I'm also live on internet radio. So please forgive me. Today is my first day doing TikTok live along with my co-mods there on the side, who I invite you to follow them on TikTok as well. Um, yeah, so I'll get the hang of this. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, MVP Jet. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah. Um, it is important for us to foster an environment or provide an environment where our young men are free to share what's going on with them mentally and emotionally. It is very important. Anyway, let me go ahead and get into this article, and it is courtesy of stluciatimes.com. While St. Lucia has made significant strides in advancing gender equality, Minister of Labor and Gender Relations Virginia Albert Poyotti has acknowledged that there is still room for improvement. As the island prepares to observe International Women's Day under the theme For All Women and Girls, Rights, Equality, Empowerment on March 8, she highlighted the ongoing efforts needed to ensure true equality for women and men alike. This year's observance holds particular significance as it marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, the landmark 1995 United Nations conference that shaped global efforts toward women's equality. Reflecting on its lasting impact, it was this document that came out of this conference that laid the platform globally for advancement and promotion of equality between men and women all over the world. She praised the St. Lucia's progress, noting that women are actually taking their rightful places in society. And she probably can talk to the US and let the US know that, yes, we have a place in society, but stressed that there is still much work to be done. When we talk about equality between men and women, we also, as I was saying earlier, creating safe spaces for men is important, just as we create safe spaces for women. Very important, extremely important. All right. Um, a key aspect of this year's observance will be a new collaborative focus on the role of men in supporting women's empowerment. The Gender Affairs Minister stressed the importance of both men and women working together to create a more balanced society. I'd like to extract that and forward that to Washington. The importance of both men and women working together to create a more balanced society. Respect goes both ways. Both ways, both ways, both ways. All right, next up, let's hop on over to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad government discusses payments to Venezuela in Dragon gas field deal amid U.S. sanctions. I'm sure many of you have heard by now that permits are not being renewed. Let's see how this is going to work out. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Trinidad and Tobago's acting prime minister, Just saw an article pop up. Jamaican national arrested at U.S.-Mexico border for alleged illegal re-entry. Wanna stop it, please. Wanna stop it. Behave yourselves. Trinidad and Tobago's acting Prime Minister Stuart Young confirmed today that money has been paid to Venezuela as part of the agreement between the Trinidadian government, Shell, and Venezuela to develop the Dragon gas field. Young clarified that he did not view these payments as financial support for the Venezuelan regime, despite ongoing political tensions surrounding Venezuela's leadership. Last May, Young disclosed that Trinidad and Tobago had been paying over US $1 million, yes, US $1 million annually to Venezuela as part of the deal. This amount includes royalties, a special 5% commission, surface taxes, and social contributions alongside a confidential signing bonus. The development comes amidst recent U.S. sanctions targeting Venezuela. On Wednesday, U.S. President Donald Trump announced that he would revoke the license allowing Venezuela to export oil to the United States. Now, we had an article a couple weeks ago, in case you didn't know, the Venezuelan government actually owns the oil over there in Venezuela. It's laughable. But anyway, laughable because we're a little hypocritical. We're a little hypocritical. So let's see what's going to happen now. Let me stay focused moment. So the development comes amidst recent U.S. sanctions targeting Venezuela. On Wednesday, U.S. President Donald Trump announced that he would revoke the license allowing Venezuela to export oil to the United States, citing Venezuela's failure to accept deported citizens from the U.S. Trump also criticized the 2022 oil transaction agreement between the U.S. and Venezuela, claiming that the Maduro regime had not met the necessary electoral conditions. Following Trump's announcement, U.S. Senator Marco Rubio stated that he would provide foreign policy guidance to terminate all oil and gas licenses granted during President Biden's administration, specifically calling attention to those that had shamefully bankrolled the illegitimate Maduro regime. In response to these developments, Young expressed concern over the potential impact of the U.S. sanctions on Trinidad and Tobago's Dragon gas deal, but stated that the government has yet to fully understand how these sanctions may affect the agreement. Young revealed that he had been in communication with U.S. officials and Shell to gather information and seek guidance on the matter. Oh, boy. Alienation is a hell of a thing, you know. We have to be so careful. Yes, what is happening here in the US is also affecting the region. It's affecting, I want to say, every country in some way, shape, or form. When we make decisions, when we make choices, we have to understand that there are consequences for these decisions and choices, good or bad. Now, Trinidad is caught up, Trinidad and Tobago is now caught up in this fiasco. And I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago did not plan for this. So what steps can Trinidad and Tobago take to mitigate any blowbacks or any, them already are struggle, them already have them issues over there. What can they do? Do they look elsewhere and, you know, accept the sanction? Do they look elsewhere? What's the recommendation we can give Trinidad and Tobago in a situation like this? You know, is this going to force them to forego the relationship with Venezuela and possibly move to Guyana? Is that a possibility? Do we see that happening? A lot of questions up in the air. While Young admitted he could not offer assurances regarding the outcome of the deal amid the evolving situation, he reassured that discussions with key stakeholders, including the US and Shell, were ongoing to navigate the complexities of the deal in light of international pressures. I don't know. This is why, let me be careful. Let me withhold. Sometimes they have a saying in Jamaica, I know everything good for eat, good for talk. Let me just leave it right there. Thank you so much. We made our goal of 1,000, over 1,000 likes so far. Thank you to everyone on TikTok for tapping the screen. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for sharing the live. Thank you to every one of you here with me. Yeah, appreciate all of you. Thank you to everyone here with me on YouTube Live. And of course, a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JohnNoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. All right, we have one more story in the Caribbean corner. We're going to go ahead and head over to that. We're going to teach you that trick, We're tapping up the with like in the live. Just keep pressing, and that gives you multiple likes. That's what I do when I'm watching people's lives, and I tap up the screen. I just keep going non-stop. Teaching. We teach, and we learn. Okay, final article in the Caribbean corner. For this one, it's time for us to go down in the islands. Our segment, where are you? Where's my thing? Hold on, bear with me a little bit there, bear with me a little bit there, bear with me a little bit there. Okay, here we go. Time for us to go down in the islands, our features travel and lifestyle segment. 87 German travel agents trained to market the island of Tobago. And Tobago is the little island that belongs to Trinidad. And yes, Trinidad and Tobago. Let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of newsday.co.tt. 87, or is that supposed to be 87? I want to believe it's supposed to be 87. Yes. 87 of Germany's top travel agents have been trained to market the Tobago Beyond Ordinary experience more effectively as the island seeks to expand its reach in the German market. The training, hosted in partnership with Condor Airlines, comes on the heels of the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, TTAL, launching the new site, visit tobago.de. Condor currently offers a direct flight to Tobago from Frankfurt, Germany. In a media release on February 25, TTAL said the online training supports ongoing efforts by the agency to strengthen Tobago's position as a prime travel destination among tourists from the German, Austrian, and Swiss markets. It said from the serenity of the island's unspoiled beaches and natural wonders such as the Japanese gardens and the world-famous Nylon Pool to Tobago's renowned hospitality, diving, and rich cultural heritage, the training covered the vast array of authentic experiences and adventures that Tobago offers. Good for you. TTAL Director of Marketing and Communications, Jason Antoine, said, Tobago is more than just a beach destination. It's a place where visitors can immerse themselves in vibrant culture, breathtaking nature, world-class diving, and unparalleled hospitality. Through this initiative, we are empowering travel agents to tell the full story of Tobago Beyond Ordinary, inspiring more travelers to explore our hidden gem. TTAL said it continues to build its global network of travel professionals who can confidently promote Destination Tobago, further extending the island's marketing worldwide. I love that for them. I love that for them. And here's why I love that for them. So my neighbors, I have a neighbor, a couple, beautiful couple. They're from Trinidad and Tobago, but they're from the island of Tobago. And, they have said to me that Tobago does not get the recognition it deserves. Really doesn't. And we need to do a better job. So I'm loving this. one Caribbean. You know, even though I'm Jamaican, may I go big up Trinidad and Tobago, celebrate Trinidad and Tobago. And while you're there, indulge in the doubles. Yes, indulge in authentic doubles, not just the roti, but the doubles. Don't listen to me, the man, and them foolishness. Um, yeah, so I'm here for that. You know, I'm not sure what else they do there, if the possibility is there for them to diversify, you know, because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket, as the saying goes, and just rely heavily on tourism and hospitality. No, definitely not. But I'm here for it. One of the followers, one of the big supporters of coffee to our brother DJ Teflon. He has a channel on YouTube as well as here on TikTok, Teflon Travels. I invite you to check him out. He has gone to Tobago and he did some beautiful videos, showed the island, and it's, you know, really beautiful, really, really beautiful. The people beautiful, the food look good. It's a little more laid back, I will say. But yeah, put it on your to-do list, your bucket list, if you want to call it that, to make a trip over to Tobago. Don't just go to Trinidad, hop on over to Tobago and indulge in some real good living. And that article brings us to the end of the Caribbean Corner. Coming up next, we move on to Latin America. Las noticias. Let me go ahead and set this up. I think we have only a few stories. Here are not many, not many. Bear with me here, folks. Please to bear with me as I am multitasking. Multitasking in full effect. Let me tell you, it's not an easy feat, but when you're a one-man show and you have to juggle the thing and do everything, trust me. But don't worry yourself, you know. Once me get the hang of it and I'm able to streamline, I can't go talk to me after that. All right, our first article out of stories out of Latin America. Nicaraguan government is cementing total control of the state and violating rights, UN experts are warning. This article comes to us courtesy of apnews.com. The Nicaraguan government has dismantled the last remaining checks and balances and was systematically executing a strategy to cement total control of the country through severe human rights violations. That's according to a panel of United Nations experts when they were issuing the warning on Wednesday. The report by human rights experts is the latest and strongest rebuke of the government of President Daniel Ortega and First Lady and now co-president Rosario Murillo, who has for years cracked down on dissent and civil society. The crackdown started with violent government repression of 2018 protests. Since then, the Nicaraguan government has deliberately transformed the country into an authoritarian state, the experts said. The crackdown has forced tens of thousands of people to flee the country in exile. The state and the ruling Sandinista party have virtually fused into a unified machine of repression with domestic and transnational impact. That's according to Jan Simon, chair of the UN group of experts. Ortega and Murillo operate a wide intelligence machine, surveying the population and selecting the targets for the violation of rights, acting as the eyes and ears that allow the Nicaraguan government to obtain and maintain total control over the people. The Nicaraguan government did not respond to a request for comment. That does sound safe at all. Is that the direction that they want to go in? A country that
You have
is,
to understand.
yeah, go
You have to
ahead, sorry.
understand the background.
Yes, give us a little.
Daniel Ortega is a socialist.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Ortega was a prime minister way back when America was financing the rebels against him. That was back in the day. Now he's no longer. Remember, the Sandinistans was rebels when they were not in power.
Mm-hmm.
They're no longer rebels. They could take the legitimate position because he won the election now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so he's always a thorn in the side of the West because his policies may not always align with them. Though he seemed to be in my opinion, very much more reserved now. Now, these UN exports, what is qualification to be a UN export? Because these UN exports just pop up all over the world, put articles out there that is obviously biased to whatever agenda they want to push. And because you put UN export before you give the news, or so-called news, it becomes credible. Where does how you become a UN export? Who verifies a lot of this UN export stuff? And what they do is they put it to the Western media, and if you look at any report, every Western media would say UN export, UN export. Everybody else who contradicts the said story will be considered rebels, will be considered people with no integrity, whatever. So here is an example. We were talking about the IMF or the World Bank. The West also used the UN to promote their agenda. The UN essentially is a body to regulate the global South. Because you cannot implement no serious measures in the UN on any of the countries with veto power. No Russia, no China, no US, none of them. Because they just veto it. So who else can you hold accountable? African leaders, Latin American. So the whole UN, to me, as an organization, is impotent. It's impotent. It has lost. He had never carried out this mandate. It's a waste of time. So I am very skeptical when the UN exports are given opinions, especially when you look at the Nicaragua situation.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. We have been I'm not making any excuses for the way we reason or the way we think. I don't want to make any excuses for it. And I'm going to hold myself accountable. I'm going to attack myself first because we have access to information. For so long, we have heavily relied on mainstream media, or if you want to call it legacy media, to provide information that is not skewed, information that is not biased. But now that we have access to information via technology, and technology good, technology bad, but in this case, we're going to say technology good. And we have the ability to do research. And we are able to garner information from different sources. We cannot excuse our behavior in how we think when it comes to countries outside of the first world nations, right? We have to let go of the way we think. We have to not be afraid to do a deep dive. Don't just take things at face value. We have to be very mindful of that. We have zero excuse for not knowing. The beauty about Caffeine too, we listen, we don't judge. We don't judge somebody because at the end of the day, you can't know everything. But Caffeine too serves as a point or a platform to propel, meaning you will learn something here that you didn't know before. And we are hoping that it will encourage you to go and do some research to gain a better understanding and not just take the narrative of legacy media, whatever you read in print or whatever you hear when you turn on the TV or even on their social media handles. Yes, because legacy media is on social media. They're all over social media, right? Legacy media is not what it used to be, where there used to be truth in journalism. No, I've said this several times. Everything and everyone is for sale. You pay me to say what you want me to say. And that, unfortunately, is what is going on. I remember when Don Lemon lost his contract with CNN, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As much as this young lady is not a favorite of mine, CO, I'll just call her by her initials, she breathed some sigh of relief now that you can speak freely. As long as money is attached to people, there is a problem. There is a slight problem. But yeah, not to digress too much. It is important that we do research. So I thank you for raising that point, Mr. President. Very important. Very important. Yeah, I agree, Lormel. Definitely important. All right. Moving right along, let's hop on over to to Panama. Panama Canal to build new water resource to protect against future droughts. Was not aware they were having a drought issue, but you know something? Did I see that somewhere else? I don't remember. No, no. Let me tell you, it's a news. News don't stop. It don't stop. 24/7, 365. You think you're up to date, and you get to a point sometimes. Did I read this or am I imagining this? Trust me. All right, let's go ahead and get into this article. This one comes to us courtesy of maritimeexecutive.com. The Panama Canal Authority is pushing forward with a key project to expand its water resources for canal operations, while also emphasizing the vital trade role of its operations. The authority is taking the necessary steps to prepare for the future, ignoring the threats from Donald Trump. Media reports indicate an uneasiness standstill after Panama hosted the visit by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Panama took some public moves, including serving official notice on China that it was withdrawing from the Belt and Road initiatives, while also emphasizing the country's sovereignty. The Panama Canal Board of Directors at the end of last week approved the next critical phase of the canal with the authorization to move forward on a new man-made lake to supply water for residents and the operations of the canal. It is a key component of the water management plan developed in Panama in responses to the 2023-2024 drought that severely restricted canal operations. I know we had an article a couple of weeks ago, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, where we had concerns with regard to them withdrawing from the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, the Belt and Road Initiative is spearheaded by China. Many developing third world, I hate that word, third world. And I hate it because it's first world countries or developed nations that classify smaller countries or developing countries as third world countries. But anyway, China has been instrumental when we talk about the Belt and Road Initiative across the Caribbean, across Latin America, across the continent of Africa. Yeah. So when Panama that is, tells China that they're going to be withdrawing from the Belt and Road Initiative, is the U.S. prepared to step in and carry on with the infrastructural improvements that China was providing or going to provide? That's the question.
Just to provide some context on the Belt and Road Initiative, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's 150 countries in the Belt and Road Initiative, 39 of which is, I think, about 39 of which is European countries. 29. So that's just for context.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So
imagine.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So imagine the US is saying that the Belt and Road Initiative is a debt trap. Can anyone tell me who is the number one debtor to China? Who owes China? Which country owed it? Okay, so if we had to say a debt trap, which country in the world is in a debt trap to China? That's just a point for people to think about, all right? From the Panama Canal, the problem is most of the water from the canal is relied on from a lake, I think it's Lake Gatun,
mm-hmm.
that feeds the canal. But that lake is susceptible to a reduction in water during the dry season.
Mm-hmm.
And with the advent of climate change and stuff like that, they've been having problems sustaining the amount of the water flow.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the reason why they're looking at alternatives. But one of the ways we could combat it, that's why when we said things like the Amazon.
Is it me or did I lose Mr. President?
That's why we say, like, supporting Brazil and these countries in the Amazon and the protection of nature and the rainforest and all the different stuff is important, because the Panama Canal serves the world essentially.
Yeah.
So if you cannot leave these problems to the single country, that everybody, we are net benefactors. So that is the reason why they're looking at alternative, because the water in the lakes is getting lower. That catchment area is subject to climate change, dry seasons, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what the volume of water needed is. That's why it's causing a problem.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. President. So we also have a comment on TikTok. Dre says if they didn't withdraw, the U.S. would have invaded them and take the canal using the reason they breached the treaty. I agree. It's either by force or by choice, and really and truly, you don't have a choice. Isn't that the message ultimately? Isn't that the message? By force or by choice? That's how we do it. But anyway, that is what it is for the next few years. Let us see what happens in 4 years. Well, if they'll be able to go back to China. And do we think if in 4 years they decide to go back and realign with China, China will welcome them? Will say, yeah, no worries. I understand you. You did what you had to do at the time. Let's see. Next up, 5 Venezuelans held for human trafficking to Trinidad. Wow, come on, people. Can we stop with the human trafficking? And as I'm seeing this article, I've seen some disturbing stories on TikTok, disturbing videos, really and truly. But I don't want to get into that right now. This article comes to us courtesy of newsday.co.gt. Venezuelan authorities have arrested 5 people, including a 19-year-old man, in connection with human trafficking in Trinidad. On the 25th of February, media outlets reported that the Strategic Intelligence Division, DIE, arrested the 5 in an operation in the Boca de Macareo sector of Tucapita in the Delta Amacura state. The suspects, aged 19, 20, 27, and 29 and 37, are accused of transporting Venezuelans to an unauthorized dock from which they attempted to sail to Trinidad. Authorities also seized 5 motorcycles, 3 cell phones, and US $125 from the suspects. The crackdown follows a tragic shipwreck on February the 20th that killed at least 4 people, including 2 children, during an illegal trip to Trinidad. The ill-fated boat carrying 25 Venezuelans capsized en route to Trinidad on the night of February 19. So far, 17 passengers were rescued from the waters. Investigations into the incident and the trafficking ring are ongoing. And this next article, we brushed on it in the Caribbean Corner. Trump cuts financial lifeline for Venezuela by ending permit to export oil to the U.S. This article, courtesy of NPR.org. A permit issued by the United States government allowing energy giant Chevron Corp to pump and export Venezuelan oil will be terminated this week. That is according to an announcement made on Wednesday by President Donald Trump, ending what became a financial lifeline for the South American country. Trump's announcement in his Truth Social network accused the government of President Nicolas Maduro of not meeting democratic conditions for last year's July presidential election, as well as of not moving fast enough to transport back to Venezuela immigrants set for deportation. We are hereby reversing the concessions that crooked Joe Biden gave to Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela on the oil transaction agreement. Trump's post did not specifically mention California-based Chevron, nor the permit, formerly known as a general license, that exempts the company from economic sanctions and allows it to export and sell Venezuelan oil in the US. But it is only Venezuela-related license whose issuance and renewal information matches the dates Trump did mention in his social media post. If we remember, when Uncle Joe was in, he had authorized the license in 2022 after President Maduro had agreed to work with Venezuela's political opposition toward a democratic election. But the election, which took place in July of last year, 2024, was neither fair nor free. I don't know. And Maduro was sworn in last month for a third 6-year term, despite credible evidence that his opponent got more views. We can only go with what media said. Biden's government for months had then resisted calls from Venezuela's opposition and others to rescind the license. Let's see. Let me ask a question. How much of our oil, let me jump on Google for a second. How much of our oil do we get there? And the reason I want to know is, will it significantly impact us at the pump? Because at the end of the day, me have to watch my money. Money upon my mind and my mind upon my money. Me have to count my coins. When we think that starting next week, we are going to be paying more for things coming from China. So, say I pay more for everything because almost everything we have here in this country comes from China, if not in full, in part. Even if things are assembled here in the US, rest assured, some of the components come from China. Rest assured that even the machinery that is used to assemble things, China is involved in some way, shape, or form. So let me tell you, people, everything will go up starting next week because no company is going to absorb the tariff, and a tariff is a tax on goods imported. So, in other words, me decides that me want to sell cell phone. I want to become a distributor of cell phones. I import these phones, these devices from China. Let us say I used to get them at $100 a pop, or I used to be able to sell them at $100 a pop. I'm sorry, let me correct myself. I used to be able to price them, factoring expenses and everything, and sell them for $100. Guess what? The phone might go up 20 or 25%, whatever the tariff is. I'm not absorbing that. I'm not eating out my profit because I too need to take care of my employees. I have responsibilities. So I am going to be passing that expense off to you, the consumer, the person buying the phone. So when the phone used to cost $100, it probably going to cost you $120 to $125. It is what it is. All right. So do not be alarmed when when you go into the stores or you go online, wherever, to make your purchases and complain. Maybe gonna do, don't complain. Because complaining to the store owner, manager, or supervisor is not gonna get you anywhere. Just making you know. Get ready. Buckle up. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Okay. Yeah, so I want to know if the oil situation going to affect me at the pump, right? I'm sorry, I was getting ready to how much of you know what, let me know when I have another keyboard yes beside me and I'm bending up myself. Oops, sorry, bear with me, people. I have to do my research as I go too. So in 2023, the US imported about 135,000 barrels a day from Venezuela, which was 19% of Venezuela's oil exports. This was the first time the US imported oil from Venezuela in at least 4 years. Venezuela's crude oil production has declined from about 3.2 million barrels per day in 2000 to 735,000 barrels per day in September 2023. So right now, as it stands, as of 2023, 135,000 barrels per day. That's a lot. With my calculator. I'm sorry, folks. How much is that? Whoever calculator can run the numbers there for me. Because this seems as though it is going to impact us times 365. That's 49 million barrels. 49,275,000 barrels annually. That's a lot. So don't be surprised if we see prices. But don't we have reserves, Mr. President? Aren't we supposed to have reserves? Will we be tapping into those reserves? But even if we tap into those reserves, they're still going to push up the price at the pump. We have a saying in Jamaica, anywhere you turn, Maka Jukyo. We're going to feel it one way or another. We can't escape it. We can't. And if not at the pumps, guess what, too, folks? In addition to the tariffs that you're going to be feeling, because the prices are going to be increased, there's going to also be a transport cost. That is going to be added to the cost of goods as well, because guess what? No truck, now haul goods for free. It take a thing called fuel to move goods from point A to point B. So when a truck driver says to you, this is the cost to haul a load from California to Florida, from California to Atlanta, from Savannah to New York, from Savannah to Alabama, wherever. And them said to you, well, last week I know we charged you, and I'm just throwing out a figure. Last week we charged you $2,500. Well, this week at $3,500. No can't complain. Cannot complain, because this is what it is going to be. You are warned. All right, and that article closes out our stories out of Latin America. Next up, we have stories on the international scene, and I want to say thank you, a big thank you to everyone right here with me on Coffee in Tow, live on YouTube. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for engaging. Want to say thank you to our listeners on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play. Also, thank you to our listeners on janoradio.com, our nonstop party vibe station. And a big thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com. TikTok. Thank you. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. Yes, so it looks as though this is where we may be. And of course, we invite you to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and any of the articles you hear us talking about. You know, it's not just us, not just me, because me don't know anything now, everything. I am here to learn along with all of you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Go ahead and tap up the screen, put it live. Let's see if we can make it 2,000 likes on TikTok. All right. Okay. On the international scene, this one is so sad. At least 11 people have been killed in blasts at the M23 rally in eastern DR Congo. Oh boy. Okay, let me hold on. We have a comment here before I move it. Hey, James, you need to download the TikTok app. You're missing out. So James is one of our big supporters of Coffee and Joe. He is with us on YouTube Live. Thank you, James. Appreciate you. All right, so we have a comment here. AT says, why is the hell are the government politics being posted on social media? But I don't know, AT. I don't know. It's the new way to communicate with people. So I guess that is why they're going to be doing that. It's a new age. It's the dawn of a new day. What can I say? A new day is dawning. Let me get it right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okie dokie. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna take a quick break. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I have to tap up my coffee, get some water. In the meantime, let me see if I can get this to play on this side while it's playing on YouTube Live. Right? I learned today now. And I appreciate you all being very patient with me as we navigate the various platforms. Okay, look like I'm gonna be able to do this on this here side. Hold on, them so where there's a will, there is a way, and the dolly I go find a way. Let me see. All right, here what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna put on some music, so bear with me, folks. I will be right back, taking a quick break, and we'll be right back with more stories. When we return, we have stories on the international scene. Let me go ahead and do this, do that. So I took care of TikTok. No, sorry, took care of YouTube. Lord, I'm so confused with all these different platforms. All right, I'll be right back. Lord, I'm back with you. Had to refill my coffee cup. Want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JanoRadio.com, the nonstop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. Thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. Thank you, YouTube. Joe, thank you so much for watching on YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, comment. But more importantly, don't forget to subscribe. Thank you to everyone right here with me on TikTok. It's been fun. I'm having fun over here on TikTok. Sometimes things have to happen in life for us to pivot, And when we're faced with challenges or obstacles or what we may consider setbacks, we, all of it is, Adjust sail. No, sir. Adjust the sail. If one place now work for you, you move. That the place now work for you, you move again. And you keep pivoting until you find what works best for you. So today is not the first time doing a TikTok live, but the first time doing TikTok live in this format, right? Where I am on multiple platforms at the same time. And I must say, I am enjoying it. All right, we hit our goal of over 2,000 likes. Thank you all. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Just keep it going. Boom, 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 boom. Next goal, next stop, 3,000 likes. We can do that. We can do that. We have a lot more stories for you. Before we get back into the thick of things, we have the international news segment coming up. I invite everyone on TikTok to click the link in my bio. Or on another device. And subscribe. The link for our YouTube channel is there. I invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. All our episodes are loaded up over there. We have a podcast over there. We have shorts, yeah. And also, I want you to head on over to our website, coffeeinto.com. You can also find the link to watch live there. You can play catch up. Past episodes are pinned there. We have more articles pinned there as well, because we have so much going on around the world that we're not able to cover in the 4 hours that we're live. So we invite you to head on over there for more stories from around the world. We also have highlighted conversations. We try to extract one and pin that. We also have a resource page where you can go and find links for valuable information. And there is another, thank you. There is another page, very important page, our shop page. We don't have merch on there yet, merch coming soon. However, when you head there, I want you to visit lormelskinfood.com. lormelskinfood.com. The link is there for your 100% natural and organic skincare products. Also, the link is there for you to enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Yes, 20% off all coffee products when you use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. And this is on the website grantcoffeehouse.com. grantcoffeehouse.com. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, so what am I missing? All right, I don't think I'm missing anything. I think I covered it all. No more, no. I'll get the hang of it. All right, so back to business. As I'm sitting here and I'm sweating, I remember saying to RoSolo, who is one of our co-mods, and by the way, please go, if you're not following RoSolo, make sure to follow RoSolo, right? There's up on the TikTok, and follow her on her social media platforms, okay? But as I'm here sweating because of this ring light, I'm not like the ring light, I'm not gonna lie to you, but if I turn off the ring light, the place dark. But this thing here have me sweating, and I am at such and such age. When you're over half a century, you are at the stage of your life where 1 minute you're hot, 1 minute you're cold, 1 minute you feel like take off all your clothes, the next minute. Don't laugh, RoSolo, don't laugh. All right, now I am sweating. And this ring light is not helping. And I do have a fan on and the AC is on.
It's gonna pass. Just give it a minute. It's gonna pass. And those who don't know don't understand. They're just looking at you as a sweating old woman.
Jesus have mercy.
Remember when your parents used to do that, ladies, when your mothers used to do that, and we used to think that they were crazy?
No, sir.
Now we're feeling it.
No, sir. I'm gonna even have one like a hand fan. Well, on there.
Moments go stop drinking the hot coffee and get some water.
But if I'm at the age too, where if you not drink the coffee, gas pack you up, and then you start to feel all kind of pain under your breast, run under your chest, all part of you. So yeah, I was saying, I saw a video on TikTok when a lady was saying, where is menopause talk? Where are all the women going through it?
I agree.
So we can talk about it. Listen.
I think it's a conversation that we need to have this conversation more, because we were not prepared. our mothers did not prepare us. I don't know, but I'm speaking on mine. Because I thought that my mother went through menopause for 40 years. So it was odd for me because she went through menopause for a long time because she went miserable for one long time. So I was not prepared. I didn't know nothing about perimenopause and this and that and what happens. Like this, like, last night I went to bed a supermodel. This morning I woke up a sumo wrestler. So, you don't know what's gonna happen with your body. But I need to understand because at moments we say the dolly don't like it, the dolly don't like it, the way I wake up this morning.
No, stop. And it's so funny because I said to your beloved this morning, was it this morning? I say, the amount of sweating what me do at night time, me supposed to have a 12 pack, my body supposed to set right, steer right, but supposed to have a dolly body. But
I feel so too.
All this sweating and the man them said them like a little hangover. Well, all this sweating, the belly not flat yet.
No.
Me have holy pop, me have big back. That's
actually I'm retaining water now. So that's why I wake up a sumo wrestler this morning.
Come on.
Can't eat after a certain time, can't eat certain things anymore. It's just you have to, but it's a learning process as well, and I can appreciate that. But sometimes it's very, very challenging when you wake up in the middle of the night and you're dripping sweat, and you wake up the next morning and you're fat. It can't, not fair. That is not fair. That don't make no sense. Make it make sense. That don't make sense. That's unfair. It's unfair.
But something, since we're not in our health and science segment yet, but since we're on the topic, why is it that it was not a conversation that was had with young women? Anything to do with our bodies, right, was always shied away from. Many of us didn't learn until we were in high school. And even then, and then had the little giggles and people not wanting to use the right words for body parts. What is it? What is it, just our culture, or is this everybody?
I don't know if it's everyone. I just know it's popular within our culture where we shame sexuality.
Yeah.
Whether it be young girls developing or young boys learning about themselves, which is something natural, which we didn't condone. It made them feel that they were horrible young men when they did certain things, and that's not true.
Right.
Young girls developing and coming to and growing, and things happening in their bodies changing, and the menstrual cycles and menopause. We shun everything about anything sexual. Anything that, to your point, in relation to the body. When we first talk about, or you hear about sex, what's the first thing you heard about sex when you were a child? Remember the first thing. It's either don't do it or you're going to get pregnant. Don't do it or you're going to get a disease. It's sinful, which, okay, fine, we get that part. It was all negative narrative, always negative narrative. So, and unfortunately we grew up with that, and hopefully we've learned to change the narrative with our children. But if we don't, our children are going to be just as confused and stupid and dumb as we are when it comes to these things. And they're going to be struggling I don't want my girls to go through what I'm going through right now with menopause, whether it be menopause, perimenopause, I don't care what it is. I don't want them to go through. I want them to understand what they need to do with their bodies, how they can eat certain foods and do certain things and exercise to prevent some of the stress of it, because it is stressful when you sit in a room with people and you just start sweat, or you feel nauseous, or you wake up and you're just bloated for no reason.
What about dizzy?
And the dizziness. And the dizziness. And women have different symptoms, but it's a conversation that we need to have. I know Ja talks about this all the time. We need to have these conversations more. We really do.
And okay, so AT's letting me know, can't see you on YouTube. I'm seeing myself. Anybody else not seeing me on YouTube, let me know. So if I need to fix anything technical on the YouTube side, let me know. I'm seeing myself. AT, not sure, but I'm seeing myself there. That's weird. If anybody else is on, everybody else on YouTube, put it in the chat for me, please. Okay, so it's you, AT, because James is seeing me. Jill is seeing me. So something wrong with your phone. I hope you're not on an Android. Sorry. You know, it's an Apple and Android thing here. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. But yes, RoSolo, it is a conversation that needs to be had. And what I'm grateful for is that we do have people in our spaces. We have professionals. Now that Dr. Sharon is able to join us on YouTube Live, what I am going to do is schedule for us to have a session with her and Tasha. Tasha, because Tasha is an herbalist, where, you know, and not like a fly by night. Please, and I'm going to put some respect on Tasha because she knows the teas and thing that
Yes.
we can use that the teas that we can drink rather that will help us as we move through this part of life. It's a phase. It doesn't last forever, but it is a conversation that is to be had, and we are going to set aside some time to have it from a professional and from a homeopathic. From when I say professional, I mean a medical doctor as well as from a homeopathic perspective. But the good thing about Tasha is Tasha has a nursing background too, so we're getting it from the medical both ways.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because I need to know what happens, why I still have my cycle symptoms, but I have no cycle.
Right.
Because that's really very frustrating. It's very, so, you know, and I try and eat healthy. I say try because I'm still a work in progress. But I try, like I said, I went to bed last night a supermodel. I woke up this morning a sumo wrestler. So I just need some help, please. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, darling.
Darling, feel fat today. Like a cabbage patch. I went to bed at Barbie, woke up a cabbage patch. I'm done. Goodbye.
Got to the people that work. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the stories on the international scene. First up, at least 11 killed in blasts and at M23 rally in eastern DR Congo. This one comes to us courtesy of AlJazeera.com. At least 11 people have been killed and 65 wounded when explosions rocked the city of Bukavu in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, during a rally for the M23 rebel group and their supporters. That's according to the leader of the rebel alliance. The DRC's presidency, which says neighboring Rwanda is backing the rebels, well, they made that post on X saying that several deaths occurred on Thursday and blamed a foreign army illegally present on Congolese oil. Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Of course, we're going to reach out and schedule. Definitely going to schedule. So, a little, Mr. President. Oh, I wish she was here to talk about this because he's more versed on this than I am. But let me say this. Anywhere there are minerals and resources, there is conflict and upheaval. No me goes for you. Anywhere there is conflict and so-called rebels, it's because there are minerals, there are resources that the West needs. We know this. We know this. The first explosion caused panic, sending attendees fleeing from the area before a second explosion rang out, according to the AFP news agency. Residents said the explosions were accompanied by gunfire. People ran through the streets, some bleeding and carrying limp bodies. Residents say they saw deceased. The meeting was the first to be attended by Nanga since his forces seized control of the region. And this region, the Bukavu, is the region's second largest. Nanga told the Reuters news agency by phone that neither he nor the senior rebel commanders were wounded in the attack. We just need peace in the region. We just need the West to leave these countries alone. Stop going in there and wreaking havoc. Please just stop. Stop supplying the weapons, the ammunition, having people kill each other, killing their own people to satisfy your desires. You're turning countries that are neighbors, who at one point there were no borders. You're turning people against each other for what? For resources? It is time the people, both in the DRC and Rwanda, come together and recognize that you're not each other's problem. It's those who are coming into your country that are your problem. So many atrocities, and we keep it moving. Next article, Botswana, the country with the biggest diamonds, gets an improved 10-year deal with miner De Beers. I'm interested to know what that deal is like, because it better be a good one, because we're sick and tired of the short-handed deals that countries across the continent of Africa get. Article courtesy of WKBN.com. The Botswana government signed a new diamond sales agreement crucial to its economy with the De Beers Mining Company on Tuesday after 7 years of negotiations. The deal gives the government an increasing share of diamond sales through the Botswana Company, its joint venture with De Beers, a subsidiary of Anglo American. Botswana, a sparsely populated and arid country in southern Africa, is the biggest producer of diamonds by value and the second biggest by volume behind Russia. Diamonds account for around 80% of Botswana's exports and a quarter of its GDP, according to the International Monetary Fund. But a decline in the price and demand for mined diamonds has badly hampered the Botswana economy and was a central issue in a national election last year. The party that had ruled for 58 years since independence from the British was voted out in a stunning result that was largely a reaction to new economic hardships related to the downturn in the diamond industry. The new 10-year sales agreement gives the government a 30% share of Botswana's sales, up from 25%, and this is for the first 5 years, and a 40% share for the following 5 years. There is an option for a 5-year extension to the agreement, the two parties said, when the sale of shares will be 50-50. Okay, so it looks as though we're trending in the right direction. It's about damn time. Yep, we're getting there. Because at the end of the day, it's my resources. You want my resources so that you can make your billions of dollars. It's a fair deal, fair trade. I'm hoping that after 50-50, we will see a 60-40, with 60% of it going to Botswana and 40%. Highly likely, I know Mr. President, if he's listening, is probably saying, that not gonna happen. It not gonna happen. But one can't help but wishful thinking. All right, so little known fact, if you didn't know, you know now. Back in 2021, Botswana found a diamond with a 1,098 carat. Yep, it's biggest to date. Wow. Question: are all these people who in the mines paid reasonably well? The ones who are digging the mines? I hope they don't have any children in these mines. I hope it's strictly adults in these mines and they get reasonable pay so that they are able to live a comfortable life. I'm hoping. All right. You know, you've heard the term blood diamonds. Yeah, just hope none of that is involved. Okay, next up. France is joining the US in seeking access to Ukraine's minerals and says it is in talks. This article, courtesy of thehill.com, France is also seeking access to Ukraine's deposits of critical minerals, with negotiations already underway for months. The French defense minister on Thursday made the statement, indicating that the United States isn't the only player. Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to be at the White House today to sign a minerals deal with the United States. President Donald Trump made the announcement on Wednesday. But France, too, is in discussions with Ukraine, aiming, like the United States, to diversify its supplies of vital minerals. French Defense Minister Sebastien told broadcaster France Info. Oh, they got kicked out of Africa. No, which country was it again? Was it Mali? Which other country they got kicked out of in Lord forgive me. Which other countries? Yeah, because I know it's a few of them that have kicked out France. So Ivory Coast has asked them to leave. Mali, I believe Mali is one of them that has asked them to leave. Well, Ivory Coast has become the sixth one. Yes. So I think Niger is one too. Yeah, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. Hold on, what is this? Mr. President says Chad. Okay. Of course, France has to pivot because if they Senegal, okay, thank you, keep up. Okay, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, Senegal, and Ivory Coast. Bye out. You see, the abused can only take so much and no more. And of course, I get it. France has to engage with other countries if they are to maintain and sustain their economy. It's business, right? It's business. I get it. I get it. I totally get it. Do what you must. I'm not sure if you're going to get the what left after the US. He did not specify exactly which minerals France is seeking. Ukraine has been offering to supply the US with rare earth elements that are critical for various technologies, including lithium for batteries and uranium for nuclear power, medical equipment, and weapons. Le Cornu said, "We are speaking about this issue for our own French needs. I have defense industries that will need access to a certain number of raw materials in the years to come." He said French President Emmanuel Macron mandated him to begin the discussions and that he has been dealing directly with his Ukrainian counterpart as part of efforts to increase the number of source countries for rare minerals. We have to diversify. Hold on, did I click, Mr. President? Is that you? Did I click? I don't even know what I clicked. I thought on TikTok, gonna bear with me then. All right. Okay, so that's you, Mr. President, with D.J. Just say yes or no. So I make sure I'm touching on the right one. Because all right, let me know. Okay, yeah. All right. So invite. Here we go. Invitation sent. Invitation sent. We have to figure out how to get Ja on here. I don't know. Where's Adesoji, by the way? Anybody reach out to Adesoji for me? Because I don't know if I can leave here or multitask on the screen. But go ahead, Mr. President. Let me figure this thing out here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have to understand that France is getting kicked out. I think they're only in Djibouti and Gabon currently.
Mm-hmm.
They were kicked out of all the other countries, or most of the other African countries they have been in. You have to look at they lose a lot, for instance, especially in Niger, where they were getting the uranium for a few cents euro per kilo, and now they have to pay market price, which is about 200 euro. And a lot of these resources, most of the African countries are aware of France. France is a third world country, to tell you the truth. France literally has, besides bedbugs, they don't have not much else. So they were.
So President, I disrespect the people in the country. I call them a third world country. Yes, with a Gucci belt.
Yes, sooner or later they will crumble. Yeah, France is a third world country.
You're on for that. Thank you to everyone just joining us on TikTok Live. Welcome to Coffee and Joe, World News on the Go. This is where we discuss news from around the world. Oh, geez. Oh boy. Okay, so next up, Nigeria to automate short stay electronic visa approval and issuance process. So, oh, hold on, before I move on, let me go ahead and read some comments on the chat on YouTube Live. Oh, James Carib 21 Network says 30 to 50 is a great deal. 60-40 will not happen. And that is in reference to the previous article with Botswana and their diamond deal with De Beers, right? And we were talking about the terms of negotiation where before it was what 25%, 30%. Hold on there. Hey, hold on there. Let me go back to the article real quick where they have revisited their contract and the terms of engagement are more favorable. Okay, so they're going to be getting 30%, whereas they were getting 25. So it went up 5% to 30% for the first 5 years and then 40% for the following 5 years. And then after that, there is an option for a 5-year extension to the agreement when the share of sales will be 50-50. So James is agreeing that this is favorable, but he doesn't see them ever getting 60-40, which is what I'm hoping for in the long run. May not happen. But I agree with you, James. I agree with you. Okay, so let's keep it moving. Nigeria to automate short stay electronic visa approval. Let me pin this. Did I paste it over here? Yes, I did. So let's pin it on YouTube Live. This article comes to us courtesy of visaguide.world. In an effort to boost travel and business, the Interior Ministry of Nigeria has announced that the country will automate its electronic visa approval and issuance process. The new process aims to reduce long waiting times faced by travelers upon arrival. VisaGuide.world reports. Following the new proposal, travelers can apply online for short-term visas, while the approval would be granted within 24 to 48 hours according to a report from Dunya News. Once approved, the e-visa will be sent to the applicant's email, abolishing the need for a physical sticker at the airport. Citizens from other countries interested in traveling to Nigeria for short stays for tourism, business, study, or medical purposes are required to apply for a visa before traveling to this country. However, nationals coming from countries that are part of Nigeria's visa exemption list are not subject to visas when traveling to this country. Instead, they receive a short stay visa upon arrival at the point of entry, while duration is based on the status of the visitor's country. Instead, they receive a short stay visa upon arrival. Remember that at present, nationals from the following countries can travel to Nigeria without visas. All right, so here's the list: Burkina Faso, Benin, Cameroon, Chad, Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Liberia, Niger, Seychelles, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Togo. All right. So if you are a national of any of those countries, you are free to travel to Nigeria without a visa. But shouldn't it be the entire continent of Africa being able to travel to Nigeria? I hope they open it up. The recent decision of the Interior Ministry of Nigeria aims to facilitate the travel process. And back in 2023, they had over 1.2 million visitors that registered for the visa. So that's a good thing. Do you think, Nigeria? I am not mad at you at all. Next up, Thailand's scam center crackdown. Not enough. Top lawmaker warns. This article comes to us courtesy of globalbanking and finance.com. According to Reuters in Bangkok, an ongoing effort targeting scam. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on, let me clear that off my screen. Okay. An ongoing effort targeting scam compounds along Thailand's border with Myanmar, and it has led to only a small portion of workers there being pulled out, according to a top Thai opposition lawmaker, calling for more comprehensive measures to stomp out a booming illegal industry. Thailand, backed by China, is pushing to dismantle scam centers in Myanmar's Mawadi, and I hope I did not butcher that. Don't kill me, people. Part of a network of illicit and highly lucrative operations across Southeast Asia, where hundreds of thousands have been trafficked by criminal gangs in recent years, according to the United Nations. Thailand has a leading voice, and it is calling for action against border boiler rooms that have defrauded Thais of hundreds of millions of dollars. It means it's like an empire of a scam. Wow. In Parliament on Thursday, Thai Prime Minister said the issue of scam centers is an urgent matter the government was addressing. All right. So, to give you a little more insight, in a lot of these Asian countries, they have allegedly sweatshops. These sweatshops churn out a lot of the cheap clothing and the cheap household products that we use. Yes. Mhm, mhm. Some of which are not safe. Some of the clothing that we're wearing, some of the cheap clothing, recycled plastic. Uh-huh. But that to the side, let us focus on these sweatshops. It's a form of human trafficking, no? Or probably that's a reach, I don't know. But it is cheap labor. Real, and I know a couple months ago, last year, there was some research done, and I think there was a documentary that spoke to two top, not going to call them names, and I think most of you are familiar with them. Two top ones that a lot of people go to. They are the go-tos, especially for people in developing countries. They are the go-tos for clothing that are look fashionable, but are questionable. So while we are supporting the cheap clothing and the cheap products, let us remember we are possibly, quite possibly, also facilitating cheap labor gained through illicit means. All right. There's a lot that's beyond our control. I agree wholeheartedly that we can't get the information, or the information is not readily available or accessible. You know, we have to keep digging and digging and digging. But once you find out the truth, that is when your moral compass comes into play, and you will make the determination as to how you want to keep moving forward. And I'll just say that. Let your conscience be your guide. Yeah, like that. All right. So, next article, the US declines to sign WTO statement condemning Russian aggression. But I'm confused. There seems to be some flip-flopping, like a fish on the seashore when it come out of the water. You know, the waves throw him out on the seashore, and him have gas for air, and him have a flip, 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 flop. Is the US supporting Russia, or is the US supporting Ukraine? And the reason I'm asking this, before I even get into the article, the reason I'm asking, a comment was made by our president that, or along the lines of, or insinuating, allegedly, that Ukraine was to be blamed for the war or the incursion, whatever you want to call it. Don't know how to be politically right with that, right? But this article, you know what? Back up. I'm a little slow. Forgive me. Reading is fundamental. Comprehension is even more. Forgive me. But take that. But let me draw back. Let me draw back my statement. Sorry. I catch myself sometimes. I catch myself. The United States abstained from signing a statement by members of the World Trade Organization, WTO, condemning Russian aggression. So he is in agreement that um, he's standing 10 toes down with his belief that Ukraine is the problem, not Russia. Okay, got it, got it, got it, got it. I had to correct myself there. Thank you. I withdraw my former comments. The United States abstained from signing a statement by members of the World Trade Organization condemning Russian aggression on February 26, breaking from its Western allies. A total of 45 members, including Ukraine, agreed to the WTO statement. And this article is courtesy of Kyiv Independent. The decision not to co sponsor was made in keeping with our position in the United Nations Security Council and UN General Assembly earlier this week, a U.S. official told Reuters after the decision. The statement, proposed during Ukraine's trade policy review, emphasized members' concerns surrounding the consequences of the war's destruction for Ukraine and for global trade, while explicitly naming Russia as the aggressor. The move aligns with recent U.S. efforts to soften language on Russia in international statements. The WTO agreement comes just days after the U.S. voted against a resolution at the UN National Assembly on February 24, condemning Russia's full-scale invasion, with 93 countries voting in favor and 18 against. The UN resolution, drafted by Kyiv and supported by all EU states except Hungary, reaffirmed Ukraine's territorial integrity. It explicitly named Russia as the aggressor. On the same day, the General Assembly passed a separate US resolution marking the third anniversary of the invasion. The resolution, that one, also received 93 votes in favor, but avoided directly calling Russia the aggressor. Ukraine abstained from voting on the US version. The shift in US language extends across international institutions. The Financial Times reported that the US opposed referring to Russia as the aggressor in the G7 statement commemorating the invasion's anniversary. US President Donald Trump has pushed for a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia while adopting increasingly hostile rhetoric toward Kyiv. He recently called President Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator and falsely claimed Ukraine started the war, before later conceding that Russia attacked, but they shouldn't have let him attack. Despite the developing rift, Kyiv and Washington agreed to a mineral deal agreement with Zelensky, headed to Washington, where he is right now. So we will have more updates on that later on, I am sure. Well, let's just go ahead and end the international news segment on a good note, on a high note. A Turkish woman becomes captain of the world's largest passenger plane. Round of applause. Round of applause. Round of applause. I am proud to say to mention this one. All right, dailysabah.com. Turkish women continue to achieve remarkable milestones in aviation, and I will not attempt to pronounce her name as I don't want to butcher it, but she has made history as the first Turkish woman to become a captain pilot of the world's largest passenger aircraft, the Airbus A380. She has been serving as a first officer on the A380 and has now taken the captain's seat. She began her aviation career with an internship at Turkish Airlines' aircraft maintenance company. Following her training, she joined Turkish Airlines' Airbus fleet as a first officer. Continuing her career at an airline in Dubai, she flew the A380 as a first officer for several years before achieving the rank of captain. Announcing the news on her social media account, she expressed her pride and gratitude, saying, "This journey, which I started nearly 12 years ago, has brought me to the captain's seat today. Every step, every challenge, and every achievement has shaped me. This profession is not just a job, but a part of my life. I am deeply grateful to everyone who has supported me along the way. I am now officially an Airbus A380 captain. Her accomplishment marks a significant milestone in Turkish aviation history, inspiring many young women to pursue their dreams in the field. Give her another round of applause. Mission accomplished. And let this article serve as inspiration and encouragement and drive others to realize that your dreams can be accomplished. Yes. Don't let nobody tell you say you're not good enough. Don't let nobody tell you say you're not capable. Don't let nobody tell you say you are not worthy. You are all that and then some. You are all that plus tax. Yes. Yes. We have to celebrate these achievements, these accomplishments. And people might say, well, why? Yes, we must. We celebrate everyone's accomplishments. But when you think that, yes, it's 2025 and we are still amazed when women are able to accomplish certain things or when people of color are able to accomplish certain things, we're like, oh my gosh, it was always possible. It was always possible. It's just that the path was made harder for us. That's it. That's it. We had to fight a little harder, go the extra mile, prove ourselves even more. And I'm glad she stuck to it. And in 12 years, she has been able to accomplish this goal. I hope CO doesn't fly on this plane ever, because CO, I never forget when she made the comment that she would never want a female pilot, even though a female pilot has flown her. I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. Yes. A comment on YouTube. Tell the captain to stay away from the US for now. Not only that, she'll be labeled DEI with all the drama that we have in the air, over 80 plus accidents that they're not telling us about on mainstream media. Yeah, but if you go, let me say this to folks in the US, I strongly encourage you, do not only rely on US media houses for your news. Don't. Explore. And if you notice on Caffeine Toe, we get our news from other sources beyond the traditional media sources. All right. Thank me later. In the words of Tasha of Lormel Skin Food. Thank me later. You'll see things in a whole different light. You'll get different perspectives that will allow you to engage in conversation, whether with yourself or with others, you know? Yeah. And so with that one, we close out stories on the international scene. It is now time for us to head on over to stories out of the US. And but before we get into stories out of the US, today is the last day of February, the last day of Black History Month. And we have a couple articles that I want to highlight. The first one, let me pull up on this side. The first one is courtesy of Al Jazeera, and I hope there are no ads. How Europe carved up Africa at the Berlin Conference 140 years ago. Let's see if we can go ahead and take a listen to this one.
Behind me, in this building, is where European powers agreed on how to carve up Africa. Perhaps unsurprisingly, not a single African was invited. It was called the Berlin Conference, and it reshaped the map of the African continent to roughly what it looks like today. Let me explain. In the late 19th century, Europe's great powers were in a frenzy to seize Africa's resources, rubber, gold, palm oil, as well as land to expand their empires. It's known as the scramble for Africa. The only problem that concerned them, they were starting to fight over who owned what. So, to avoid all-out war between themselves, they did what politicians often do. They called a conference. The German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck invited them all to his place, here, to haggle over who got what. The British, the French, the Belgians, among others, all staking their claim. Again, there was no African representation, and the Sultan of Zanzibar's request to be invited was dismissed. After 3 months of negotiations, in February 1885, They signed the General Act, a treaty that established their legal claim to partition and occupy Africa. It even promised to protect African people's moral and material well-being. But what followed was exploitation on a massive scale. King Leopold of Belgium, for instance, took personal control of the Congo, subjecting its people to immense brutality. Millions were worked to death on rubber plantations. Victims even had limbs amputated if they didn't meet quotas. Entire African nations and cultures were divided, and diverse groups were lumped together. Rival groups were forced to coexist. Many only found out their lands were claimed when European soldiers showed up. Within 5 years, the colonization of African territory went from 20 to 90%. Africans successfully fought for independence over the following decades, with most countries being liberated between the 1950s and 70s. But researchers say building free and stable nations was difficult due to how much damage colonization had done. So, borders drawn here, with no regard to local history or ownership, have left deep scars that continue to shape Africa's geopolitical struggles to this day.
Yep. So that's a little bit about how Africa was carved up. Just a little bit. It's a part of history. We can't erase it. We can't ignore it. We can't deny it. But it's significant. It is significant. And history is there to, yes, I will send you, hold on a second. Someone is asking for the link to that article on YouTube. Let me go ahead and provide the link here. Bear with me one moment so I can paste it on YouTube. Yeah, history is relevant. It serves a purpose. It's not to make us feel bad, but it's to make us be aware, right? And also to not make the same mistakes again, but to move forward, learn and move forward, right? There you go, AT. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. Next up in our Black History Moment, the U.S. plan 7 war in 5 years. This one is one that I found on TikTok. I'm going to go ahead and take a listen. Oops. Okay, so interestingly enough, they took that video down. Okay. But what? But guess what? There's something called Google. There is something called Google. I don't know why they took it down when it's all over Google. So let me head to Google real quick. The US plan 7 wars in 5 years. Let me see if I can get this one here. A former commander of NATO's forces in Europe, Clark, claims he met a senior military officer in Washington in February 2001 who told him the Bush administration was planning to attack Iraq first before taking action against Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Iran, Somalia, and Sudan. And this article can be found on aljazeera.com, dated September 22, 2003, titled U.S. Plans to Attack 7 Muslim States. The general's allegations surface in a new book, The Clark Critique, excerpts from which appear in the latest edition of the U.S. magazine Newsweek. Clark says after the September 11 attacks, and that was in 2001, many Bush administration officials seemed determined to move against Iraq, invoking the idea of state sponsorship of terrorism, even though there was no evidence of Iraqi sponsorship of 9/11 whatsoever. Ousting Saddam Hussein promised concrete, visible action, the general writes, dismissing it as a Cold War approach. Clark criticizes the plan to attack the 7 states, saying it targeted the wrong countries, ignored the real source of terrorists, and failed to achieve the greater force of international law that would bring wider global support. The former NATO commander acknowledges Iranian and Syrian support for resistance groups such as Lebanon's Hezbollah and the Palestinian movement Hamas. But neither Hezbollah or Hamas were targeting Americans, he writes. Why not build international power against Al Qaeda? Instead, Clark points the finger at what he calls the real sources of terrorists, U.S. allies in the region like Egypt, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. Clark blames Egypt's repressive policies, Pakistan's corruption and poverty, as well as Saudi Arabia's radical ideology and direct funding for creating a pool of angry young men who became terrorists. The recent Democrat Party convert says Bush should have adopted a more preventive or more preventative measures and targeted extremist leaders. The way to beat terrorists was to take away their popular support. That's according to Clark, though he offers little to suggest how this would be achieved. But White House policy was quickly set in order to achieve particular goals, Clark writes, saying the U.S. administration used the 9/11 attacks to address broader objectives in the Middle East. Clark, who supervised NATO's campaign to oust Serbia's forces from Kosovo in 1999, also takes a swipe at the United States allies in Europe, which provided staging bases and planning headquarters for radical groups. The retired general last week declared his intention to win the Democrat nomination to challenge George Bush for the presidency in 2004. Just days after entering the presidential race, Clark has raced ahead of the 9 other Democratic contenders in the latest polls. Many political observers have portrayed Clark as an anti-war candidate whose own war record, he was decorated after being shot and wounded while serving in Vietnam, means he cannot be accused of lacking courage or patriotism. Clark has frequently criticized Washington's policy towards Iraq. He claimed previously that after the 9/11 attacks, he was pressed by the Bush administration to link the strikes directly to Iraq, but refused, a claim the White House denies. However, once the war on Iraq began, he urged decisive action to achieve a rapid U.S. victory. Despite his anti-war stand on Iraq, the general has had a reputation for being belligerent. He was criticized during the Kosovo campaign. I don't know why I'm struggling with that one, for defending attacks on civilian Serbian targets, including the bombing of a television station that left about 20 journalists and other staff dead. It's kind of like manufacturing consent. And we have to be so careful with that. But let me ask, in a case, if you were in his position and you disagreed, would you go on all the same, even though you had your reservations? Or do you respectfully decline, even if it means walking away from your position? We all have that voice within us, discernment. We all have a moral compass within us. Some things I will do, another person won't do. Some things one person will do, me nah do. And one thing we have to be comfortable with is walking away. Walking away. Far too often, we go along. Yeah. Far too often, we go along and we fall in line. Is that the right way to put it? We just fall in line. And then we have our conscience that kicks in and rides the hell out of us. And we live in regret. There's also something called hold on a second. Let me tell you something. You see the internet and you see social media. It teaches us a lot and it makes one think. So there is a term, and that term that is used a lot is called manufacturing consent. There's also a book by that said title. Not going to go into it. Not going to go into it at all, but it's important we expand our knowledge base and we read upon these things. So do your research on what I encourage everyone to do their research on what manufacturing consent is. Do a deep dive. I'll just skim and let you know. It argues that the mass communication media of the US are effective and powerful ideological institutions that carry out a system supportive propaganda function by reliance on market forces, internalized assumptions, and self censorship, and without overt coercion. And I'll leave it right there. The book I think is still available. You should be able to get it online. Not today, though. Not today. Not today. All right, but there's a lot of literature out there that if we indulge, and if you hang around Caffeine Toe, you will hear about a lot of the literature. Not from me in particular, but Adesoji, Adesoji Speaks Knowledge, brilliant gentleman. I invite you to check out his channel on YouTube, Adesoji Speaks Knowledge. You will learn so much information, a lot of what we are not privy to here in the West, a lot of what we don't have access to. Yeah, check out his channel and be aware. Be careful with the words I use, right? Be very aware. All right. Moving right along, we're going to celebrate this gentleman. Never heard about him until yesterday, but we're going to learn about him. His name is Derek Bailey. Let's go ahead and take a listen and learn about Derek Bailey.
Hey, it's Miguel Lloyd, and I have the pleasure here today to sit down and talk to Mr. Derek Bailey with Derek Automotive Technologies, brother.
My
Good
pleasure,
to see
my
you,
friend.
man. Absolutely. And so I had the pleasure of coming by here and seeing this technology a few weeks back. I said, I got to come back here. We got to grab some cameras. We got some stories to tell.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I walked in and I saw this beautiful car and I said, hold on. All right. And they said it's a Black-owned electric car company called
Avani.
Tell us about your vision and what you're doing here in this industry.
Oh, well, actually, we're trying to transform the industry. I mean, basically, electric cars are great, except for one little thing. No one likes to charge them.
Right.
So originally, we created and received a patent for a new type of generator motor.
Okay. Tell us about that motor.
But basically, it's a 53% efficient motor as compared to a traditional engine, which is about 22% efficient. Okay. So when you burn more of the fuel, then you produce less of a carbon footprint.
Got it.
So the first goal is to reduce the carbon footprint. And then we use that motor to convert fuel to electricity to recharge the batteries in the electric cars. And now you have two options to charge. If you happen to be at home, certainly you're welcome to plug our car in. But if you need to hop in your car and take an emergency drive down to your kid at college, and it's 500 miles away, with my generator in that car, you don't have to stop for a charging station.
Hey, it's Miguel Lloyd, and
So we have an alternative to Tesla. You don't have to rely on Tesla, folks. There are other vehicles. Let's support this gentleman, Derek Bailey. I think he is located in Atlanta, Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. I want to double check on that. I just want to be sure. So I was just looking at my device. Apple, you have some explaining to do. Somebody tell me why My phone opening up like this. Please and thank you. Look. You can see it? I don't know if you can see it. And tell me why the phone opening up like that. Never had a problem with the phone before in my life. Apple, please tell me what's going on. Why is my phone opening up? This ever happened to any other before where your phone just any of you on YouTube, this ever happened to you before? Huh? Where your phone just open up? Wow. I've never experienced this. Lord have mercy. All right. Let me keep it moving. As long as it don't explode for me. I have to go get that looked about after this. You know, Apple, I'm not buying a new phone. I'm not buying a new phone. I'm not buying a new phone. So you're going to make that phone work one way or another. All right. So that was our Black History moment. Now for our own story out of North America. And we have been trying to limit the number of stories we do out of North America because they're not very encouraging. This one comes to us courtesy of BBC. Enlarge your I have to enlarge which pic 80. Oh, okay. I see what you said. I'll send you a picture. I'll send you a picture. Okay, so Trump foreign aid freeze to stay for now, and that is according to a US Supreme Court chief. He said they're always listening and watching. Ain't that the truth? We know that. We can't escape it. In this day and age of technology, we can't escape. You might think nobody now here on the soon. No? Everything you do is monitored. Everything. Yeah. Smartphones, computers, the smart refrigerators, smart TV, your car, your security system. We're monitored 24/7. When you go in and out of business places, driving down the road, a lot of street, the intersections, them have cameras. You can't escape. We are under what them used to call it in the movie. Oh my gosh, what's that movie? The series that I absolutely love, Fast and Furious, God's Eye. Who remembers that one in the franchise? Mhm. With what's his name? Who has a child? He's from Senegal, I believe, and he has a child with the model who used to be married to what's his name? Simmons. I think y'all know who I'm talking about. Anyway, that episode, yeah, God's Eye, where they see everything. They see everything you do. We can't escape it. It's the age we live in. According to BBC.com, the top judge in the United States has given temporary backing to the Trump administration's freeze on foreign aid payments. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts' intervention came as the administration faced a midnight deadline on Thursday to pay contractors. Officials had argued that they could not process the payments within the time frame set by a lower court judge. Since coming to power in January, U.S. President Donald Trump has taken quick action to end many aid programs, largely run by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and placed most of its staff on administrative leave or sacked them. The Trump administration is seeking to shrink the federal workforce and cut costs in a drive led by Elon Musk. The billionaire Trump advisor asked millions of bureaucrats over the weekend to list their accomplishments, if we remember, from the past week, and of course, sparking fury amongst the workforce. And of course, disagreement with officials leading the departments. U.S. District Judge Amir Ali had ordered the U.S. State Department and USAID to pay about $2 billion worth of bills to contractors by midnight on Wednesday. It is one of many interventions by judges trying to stop or pause a wave of Trump administration orders. As the deadline approached, the Trump administration went to the Supreme Court, arguing it was impossible to process claims in an orderly fashion in such a short period of time. The U.S. federal government freeze comes as the administration carries out a review of foreign aid funding. Acting Solicitor General Sarah Harris said Judge Ali's order has thrown what should be an orderly review by the government into chaos. The cutbacks to USAID have already upended the global aid system. Hundreds of programs have been frozen in countries around the world since the president announced his intentions in January. The US is by far the biggest single provider of humanitarian aid around the world. It has bases in more than 60 countries and works in dozens of others, with much of its work carried out by its contractors. According to the Associated Press news agency, the Trump administration wants to eliminate more than 90% of the USAID's foreign aid contracts and $60 billion of US overseas aid. The only way that is going to be really effective, and I'm not saying don't do it, and I'm not to what you think you must, but we also have to remember that a lot of the aid that is given via the USAID to the countries that are the beneficiaries, it's because unfortunately there is some harsh realities. Yeah. There's a lot of research available on that too, you know. The reason why the US is the main contributor. Yeah. Is the US, with the withdrawing of the aid, prepared to normalize situations? I'm really struggling for the right terms. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible and center myself as much as possible. Are we prepared to make things normal in the countries that we have upended, that we have had some sort of negative impact? Are we prepared to make them good again? Make them great again? Are we prepared to come to the table and deal with them in an equitable fashion, to deal with them with respect, to not be overbearing? Yeah, are we prepared to do that? And I'll stop right there. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Are we prepared to do that? I think it's a question we have to ask ourselves as we're pulling aid. Came across some interesting videos on YouTube, some documentaries as it relates to a lot of the health concerns over there on the continent of Africa and how they actually became issues. Yeah. Sometimes doing research, it's important to know, but we have to be prepared and ready to hear the truth. So all the countries that have in some way, shape, or form been impacted, we are going to have to come up with a plan. We're going to have to come up with a plan that is reasonable, that is favorable for them, so that, okay, we're no longer giving the aid, but now they can self-sustain. And that is our article in our stories out of North America. Moving right along. Almost time for us to wrap up our internet radio live stream. I can't believe we're coming to the end of that already. Time is flying. Oh, I don't know how to I don't know how to enlarge myself. Oh, no, lie. 80. If I enlarge myself, I'm not gonna be able to see anything else on YouTube. So that's gonna create an issue. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Don't worry yourself. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right. Moving right along. Next up, we have business and tech news. And our business and tech news is brought to you by Grand Coffee House. Let me go ahead and set myself up here. YouTube, where are you? Here goes YouTube. Lord of mercy, I'm running way behind on YouTube with regard to the things that I ought to be putting on the screen. over there. My apologies, YouTube. Forgive me. First day, I'm glad I'm doing it on a Friday, so I can at least get comfortable. So that come Monday, I should be a little more comfortable with navigating both TikTok and YouTube and internet radio. We're getting it, folks. We're getting it. We're getting it. We're getting it. All right, take your time. You'll get it. I agree, RoSolo. Again, I have to say thank you to everyone supporting on TikTok. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the love. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Just keep tap, 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 tap. We'll make it to 3,000. We soon reach 3,000. Yeah, we soon reach 3,000. We can get there. We can definitely get there. Just keep tapping. All right, our business and tech news is brought to you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right, first up in our business and tech segment, will prices go up? How Trump's 25% tariffs on the EU could affect your wallet. Isn't that a code? It will. I think we have a soundbite for this. Let's see if we can take a listen to this one versus me reading it. And I must have tad for hear my voice. Orlando. Turn this up. And no, not doing that. Let's hear what's going on here.
Very soon, and it'll be 25%, generally speaking, and that'll be on cars and all of the things. And European Union is a different case than Canada, different kind of case. They've really taken advantage of us in a different way.
The president announced the 25% tariffs during a cabinet meeting and said the tariffs would apply to all things, but mentioned car imports specifically. President Trump was asked about possible retaliatory taxes by the EU.
They can't. I mean, they can try, but they can't.
So, how is this going to affect us? It's going to affect us. No if, ands, or buts about it. And we've spoken about it so many times. I'm not going to stress out myself. We just have to know how we're going to navigate the new landscape. Yeah, AT, I know. Well, tell FB to fix them issues. AT. AT is saying that he misses fan base, the interaction on fan base. Yeah, we were there. We went, we saw, we conquered. I know we're here. AT, you need to come on over to TikTok. Get with the program. All right, next up, fact box. Where does the U.S. get its copper? Inquiring minds want to know. According to finance.yahoo.com via Reuters, U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday ordered a probe into possible tariffs on copper imports to rebuild U.S. production of a metal critical to electric vehicles, military hardware, semiconductors, and a wide range of consumer goods. A White House official said the investigation would look at imports of raw mined copper, copper concentrates, copper alloy, scrap copper, and derivative products made from the metal. A result is expected quickly. Well, here's what you need to know about U.S. copper imports. U.S. imports, yes, U.S. imports. The United States produces domestically just over half the refined copper it consumes each year. More than 2/3 of that is mined in Arizona, where the development of a massive new mine has been stalled for more than a decade. The remaining refined copper, just shy of 1 million metric tons annually, is imported. While the White House framed the new tariffs as a way to counter China's dominance of the global market, the United States, in fact, imports most of its refined copper from the Americas. Chile, Canada, and Peru accounted for more than 90% of refined copper imports last year. And this is according to the United States Geological Survey. Now let's talk about global production. China dominates global copper refining, but most of the ore that feeds into its smelters is mined elsewhere, in particular in Latin America. Chile and Peru together mined roughly 1/3 of global copper last year. However, China is expanding its control over world copper mining through its major investments in mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Pay attention. The DRC is now the world's second largest copper miner after overtaking Peru, due in large part to massive Chinese investment in the African country's mining sector. The Chinese copper smelting sector dwarfs all others. The country had dozens of copper smelters operating last year. Meanwhile, the United States has only 2 primary copper smelters, according to the USGS. So the looming question is, since 2016, and I think you know why I'm going back to 2016. Since 2016, what moves has the US made to revive the copper mining here in the States? Because according to this article, more than 2/3 of what is mined in Arizona, where the development of a massive new mine there is a new mine that has been stalled for more than a decade. So that's what, 10 years. That takes us back to what, 2015 or so? Take us back to 2015. Sounds about right, no? Sounds about right. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Let me just say that. So what's the plan? Because copper is used in a lot of things. You know, one of the major things that copper is used in here in the US? You want to know what one of the things, the major things, is that thing called AC, air conditioning? Critical. So when an AC unit needs to be replaced, what are we going to be paying for AC units now? Chile, Canada, the same Canada to the north, and Peru accounted for more than 90% of refined copper imports last year. 90%. So when we put a tariff on them, right? Well, everything I go up. Everything I go up. And I'm sure our light bills are going to go up too. Is that thing called copper? Is there an alternative for copper in our AC systems? Yeah. So we have a comment on YouTube chat. He said, so he needs copper, but he's going to continue tariffs. Go figure. This is it. We are cutting off our noses to spite our faces. We're chopping off our toe and ultimately affecting the entire body. I don't think much thought was given to this. And the advisors, if there are any advisors, did not do a good job. Or is it that the advice was given, but it wasn't taken? Why? Let me tell you something. We're going to have to, we're in the, what them call it? The FAFO season. That's where we are. FAFO. And the sad part is we're all going to feel it. And I have a lot of empathy and compassion for those who are barely making it, struggling. I have a lot of empathy and compassion for them. They didn't ask for this. They did not ask for this. We're all going to be feeling it. Copper. So we're going to have to stop using the AC so we can preserve the life of the AC. I don't know what people in the states like Florida, like myself, people in Arizona, Nevada, Texas, them states where it get really hot. We have to go juggle this thing. Because when we're born with AC and we can't afford to repair the AC unit, huh? What are we gonna do? How we're not gonna be able to afford to replace or repair when there's a tariff placed on copper, which is instrumental. Hospital bills going go up. How? Because hospitals use AC and they have to maintain them AC units. Refrigeration is a part of it too. Copper is used in refrigeration. So when restaurants start increase them prices, let me tell you, it's a ripple effect, you know. It's a serious problem, the power. A lot of surgical instruments are imported. That too. Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Let me tell you something, man. You don't ever get a hospital bill from us here in the States yet? Hmm? You don't ever get a hospital bill from we? You ever get a hospital bill? Get a hospital bill. Open the hospital bill and look at the items and what you pay for it. Well, no, so the price I'm gonna go up. Everything is impacted. Every single thing is going to be impacted. We cannot sit here and be naive about the situation. We cannot be. Hold on a second. Listen to this.
China. It's the rest of the world. The world. Like, do you understand that everyone in the world is figuring out that they've also been lied to about what we're dealing with here and that we're the great? Like, just wait until you hear the comments that I've been getting from the rest of the world. Okay, ready? Here we go. From Brazil, our private hospitals are much cheaper than theirs when they have insurance. They have to pay for things like holding their baby after birth. Yes, we do. There is a charge on our hospital bill. In Brazil, we have free healthcare and medication as well as universities, and we get 1 month of paid vacation from our companies. New Yorker here, born and raised and moved to the Netherlands, spent 7 weeks in the ICU, spent $300, was fed steak, salmon, veggies. The nurse came to me with an iPad menu. My kids have great daycare and school. I'm from Mexico. I lived 14 years in the USA. Is the truth that you don't have a life, you just work to live? I've returned to Mexico and I'm 100% better. What? You pay for an ambulance? Damn. Love from Denmark. In Sweden, you only pay $140 for hospital bills. Once you've paid up to $140, it's totally free to go to the hospital. School and college is free, and they even pay you every month without having to pay back. Our ambulance services cost about $100 here in Canada, and it pisses me off because everything else is free.
All right, I have to pause the video. I have to go ahead and wrap up the internet radio live stream. It is 2 minutes to the top of the hour. I will be back with you, TikTok, and back with you, YouTube. Thank you so much for your patience, but the wrap up must happen. All right. A big thank you to everyone who tuned in to Coffee and Toe Live on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JanoRadio.com, your nonstop party vibe station. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And also a big thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We invite you to join us on TikTok Live or over here on YouTube Live. Don't forget to, when you come in, follow us on the TikTok, subscribe to the YouTube, please and thank you. And if this is where we come to the end, this is where we part ways. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. I wish for you a restful one, a good one. Restore your peace, please. We will be back with you Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Until then, take care. Let me go ahead and close out the Internet Radio Live. All right, and that is done. I just need to do a quick double check to make sure we are actually off air, folks. Bear with me 1 second. Just gotta make sure, gotta make sure, gotta make sure. All right. And I think we are good to go. All right, so continuing, let's go ahead and hit play.
You don't have to pay anything when you're in a health emergency. Come here for 1 weekend. Go to the hospital. See what that's going to cost you. I had my appendix removed in Belize, and with 4 days in the hospital, it cost me $37 for everything: surgery, aftercare, medicine, meals, stay for 4 days, all of it. In most of Latin America, healthcare is free and education is even at the university level. But they are the developed ones with a laughing face like at us. The rest of the world, LATAM and Europe, watching as only the Americans actually did not know about these things and that they were not joking. They're laughing at us because we didn't know any of this. Like, we've been completely brainwashed. I'm shocked we talk a lot about how countries like North Korea don't have access to the rest of the world. Makes me see that the US is the same. Europe here, I don't understand your bills either. My daughter broke her arm last month, x-rays, 4 follow-up visits, and pain meds. Total 38 euros. Red Note is unveiling the facade of the United Slavery of America. Told a Chinese dude about medical costs, and he said, I finally understand Luigi now. Our government never talks about what life is like in the US. We usually get information from the beautiful portrayal of the United States by some intermediaries because they get very high profits, which leads us ordinary people to always think the United States is very advanced and life is very good. We really need direct dialogue between the people of the two countries to understand each other. How is it that when a house catches fire in China and the Chinese state covers you, but the US, you have to pay for the insurance and they don't help you, but it's mandatory and the US doesn't help you? Oh, just look what's going on in California. The American elites make you believe that you are free in democracy, but if they could, they would charge you for the air that you breathe. Tesla wanted to give you guys free energy. That's why they hid his research. Ooh, that's a very interesting one. I'm laughing at the Americans waking up, but let's not forget they were all a little sleepy. Wait till they hear about the third world, the Middle East, Russia, and Africa. North Korea, my daughter, I won't even tell you. Ooh, do I have to look up North Korea now? They're realizing that the war is not with the Chinese, but with their own government. Americans discovering that there are other nations, cultures, societies with technology outside of their borders. Be like, meanwhile, the US lives in an Orwell novel. Yep. Didn't you see all the guys in Congress that voted for the TikTok ban also just bought a ton of Meta shares? Wake up, America. Healthcare is free in most of the world. The US is a third world country. Even if you buy a home in China, you have it forever. You don't have to pay taxes or anything to keep it. So even if you lose your job, at least you wouldn't have to worry about your housing. Wish we could say the same. Identify as an animal. We're all humans. Why are they messing with the children? Great question. I showed them my property tax bill and they laughed at me. They asked me why I'm paying property taxes on the house that I actually own. 2 parents working 2 jobs, shaking my head. It is like this in Russia as well. The US is a fake lie. Your country pays taxes for war. The USA government is forcing China to give the US citizens a different server on Red Note. Interesting. And this is not meant to be political at all. This is not a left or right issue. This is the reality that we are living in. And I'm just so happy that the people are all coming together and having dialogue and not being censored by our media. And I think that that's such a beautiful thing. And I want to keep this going. We have to keep this going. Everybody keep talking. Everybody keep sharing.
I think those of us who are not from the US, or those of us who have had the opportunity to travel and go to other countries, or those of us who have family and friends in other countries, are fully aware of everything that she just mentioned. We are laughed at, literally laughed at. The most recent one is, I forget the exact words about the American dream. Yeah, you have to sleep to believe it. You know, a lot of things that are free elsewhere we pay dearly for here. And it's because of one word and one word only. And that word starts with C. Class, you all know it. We've coming to Coffin is like going to university. Trust and believe. You can write your papers from here. Starts with C, folks. Starts with C. Mm-hmm. That same word starts with C. Ends with ism. It's one of the isms. If you study sociology or economy, business, finance, it's brought up. It's a part of your coursework, part of your curriculum. Starts with C and ends with ism. Mm-hmm. And that is what has us in a chokehold. And unfortunately, it is fueled by another word, a 5-letter word that starts with G and ends with D. Mm-hmm. And we don't take heed. We have an insatiable appetite for more. Reminds me of the movie. And I'm not sure how many of you saw the movie or had to read the book in high school. It was one of the books that we had to do in English literature. Oliver Twist. Yes, Oliver Twist. When little Oliver, after he had consumed his porridge, and he approached, what's his name, in the dining hall asking for more. And the response was, more? More? Granted, the person who is asking him if he really wants more. Yeah. So we have a hoarding mentality. Yeah. We have a hoarding mentality. We want more. And in past conversations, we have spoken about if you were to see a gorilla, right, taking all the bananas for itself and not sharing with any of the other gorillas in the cage or even in the wild, as humans looking on, we would be astounded. You'd be like, oh my God, what a way it's greedy. How selfish. Why is it doing that? Why won't it share? But remember, when you have one finger pointing, how many pointing back at you? 3. 3 fingers. We're quick to criticize and not recognize with the same faults that we're critiquing in others. We are so blatant in ourselves. Capitalism is going to be the destruction of humanity, fueled by greed. If we don't learn to satisfy, and if we don't learn to have compassion and empathy for others, it will only get worse. It will only get worse. How much more do you want from us? We have nothing more to give. We have nothing more to give. We are at our wits' ends. We are here tearing our hair out, scratching our heads. We have given up certain what you want to call it. Even know the right word for use, I know. But there are certain things that we enjoy doing, and we have had to forego those in the name of survival. We are choosing the days when people used to be at the nail salon every week or every 2 weeks. People are now stretching it out to every month or every 6 weeks, telling the nail tech, do, make it last, make it serve. The little comforts, that's the word I was looking for. Little comforts that we would enjoy. We are sacrificing these comforts. There was a time when people would happily, Friday come, nobody now cook Friday, nobody now cook Saturday. You get back in the kitchen on a Sunday because you want to prepare a nice meal for Sunday and you have the family gather. And then you will do little things during the week. But people are now even scaling back on eating out, which is, guess what, going to hurt the small business community. Because a lot of small businesses, restaurants, food trucks, so on and so forth, they rely on people coming out and supporting them. But people are now, you know what? Do I take my family of four to the food truck, spend $50, or do I take the $50, go to the supermarket and see how I can make it stretch? That's where, people are giving up the conveniences and the comforts of life. We have nothing else to give. Some of we are going natural by choice. Some of we are going natural by force. Some of we have to learn how to do things with self. We want to support. We want to support other people. We want other people's businesses to grow, but we find ourselves in a situation where we have to think twice. Where can I get the best bang for my buck? We're not as frivolous anymore. Even before ordering online, people are running with them calculator. Do I need this? Thinking twice before ordering. And that's not who we want to be. We want to support. We earn to spend because we understand that it's a cycle. That's how we keep economies going. And economies are going to come to a standstill if no one has it to spend. I just saw it go. If the only thing they're spending on is basic necessities, what's going to happen to everything else? Did we think this thing through? No, we did not. No, we did not think it through. Otherwise, we would have made different choices. We didn't think it through. How do we pivot now? Because it's coming. It's not going anywhere. It is coming. I want to know that weekends, me no want cook per weekend. Me not gonna tell no lie. Friday and Saturday, me no want cook. Sunday, me will be back in the kitchen. But now I have to cook. I had said, you know what? Me will cook on Friday, but me not cook Saturday. But now, Friday, Saturday, 7 days a week. No break. No rest for the weary. No rest for the weary. It is what it is. We keep moving forward, right? But we are not going to give up hope. We're going to maintain. We're going to try to maintain a positive attitude. You know what? Give me a positive attitude. Music. Yeah, music helps. When the music hits you, feel no pain. It takes you away from the reality even for a minute. So make we listen music. That's a way to ease our pain, take us away from the reality of the situation that we're faced with. Shell has been slammed for shocking decision about how to spend its massive profits, saying it's high time governments held them accountable. This article, courtesy of yahoo.com. Although gas and oil prices dropped last year, the giant companies behind these fossil fuels continue to rake in billions of dollars. But instead of putting that money toward repairing some of the planetary damage they've caused, for example, over there in Niger, is it Niger or Nigeria? One oil conglomerate has decided again to instead stuff its investors' pockets. And Shell was saying that they don't think, and Shell is owned, I think their headquarters is in England, if I'm not mistaken. I remember the article a couple of weeks ago where Shell was saying they should not be held responsible for the environmental damage that their oil spill caused over there, affecting the lives of those who rely on the river that was affected by the oil spill, right? Lives affected because these people rely on the river for food, transport, them water for them drink and bathe and do them thing. And Shell had the audacity to say that they don't think they should be held responsible for it. But anyway, they're more concerned with stuffing the pockets of their investors. So what's happening? Shell, the world's eighth largest oil company by production, recorded $23.7 billion in profits in 2024, according to a report by The Guardian. That number, although staggeringly large, was slightly lower than the $24 billion analysts predicted, and considerably lower than the $28.3 billion and nearly $40 billion Shell gained in 2023 and 2022, respectively. The company opted to pay $22.5 billion of those profits back to its own investors, resisting calls to put more money toward renewable energy or other eco-friendly projects. In fact, Shell has now given investors buybacks of at least $3 billion for conservative quarters, according to The Guardian. So why does this matter? A popular trend among high-polluting companies is greenwashing, attempting to push a public image that the company is actually environmentally friendly, no matter how much damage it actually does to the planet. If you visit Shell's website, for example, there's a prominent section devoted to sustainability. But as is the case with many oil companies, that information doesn't necessarily paint a complete picture. In its 2024 earnings report, Shell touts that it spent over $2.5 billion on renewable energy solutions, but that's a fraction of the $18.3 billion it spent on its traditional fossil fuel-led business. And Reuters reported the company has scaled back some of its goals to reduce carbon emissions and entirely scrapped other goals. So what's being done about oil greenwashing? In 2023, a Shell ad campaign was banned in the United Kingdom for greenwashing. The Advertising Standards Authority ruled that the ads, which focused on Shell's renewable energy efforts, did not properly disclose that the company primarily deals in fossil fuels. But as oil companies continue to pollute Earth and heavily contribute to climate change, activists want them to get hit where it matters most: their wallets. It's high time governments held oil giants like Shell to account, said Alice Harrison, who is head of fossil fuel campaigns at Global Witness. Rather than propping up the climate-wrecking fossil fuel industry, we need governments to make polluters pay for the damage they have already caused and steer us towards a cleaner, greener future. Well, that is if they care about the generations to come. Or is it just done it now? There are a lot of people who are of the opinion this is it. We're so consumed with greed, and we don't care about who is coming behind us. We don't even care about our own children and grandchildren. And if we did, we would make better decisions. Not just us, but them too at the corporate level. Because they have families too. But I guess they think it doesn't impact them. They're probably able to jump on a space shuttle and head on over to Mars and start life over. I don't know. But what can we do as consumers to make them change the way they operate? Because at the end of the day, it is us, the consumer, who puts them in the position that they are in. It is us, the consumer, who has afforded them the opportunities that they have. It is us, the consumer, who allows them to stuff our wallets. So what are we, the consumer, going to do about it so that Shell will recognize they have to change their MO? It cannot be business as usual. And this is not just only to Shell, but this is to any corporation who takes its consumers for granted. Because this is what it is. Taking us for granted. Taking the earth. The earth is tired. What the hell on powder house? Any day Mother Earth get up and say, enough. What do we do then? What do we do then? Shell and BP merger buzz, a trend shaping the future of big oil? More. The fatted calf says more. According to finance.yahoo.com, the oil energy industry is witnessing a wave of consolidation as energy giants seek to strengthen their market position amid changing dynamics. The latest speculation about a possible merger between Shell plc and BP plc has reignited discussions about mega mergers, drawing comparisons to ExxonMobil's acquisition of Pioneer Natural Resources and Chevron Corporation's CVX deal with Hess Corporation. All the companies mentioned above currently have a Zacks rank number 3 hold. Rumors of a Shell BP merger have surfaced again, with industry insiders debating whether such a deal is feasible or a mere speculation. The proposed merger would create a combined entity with a market capitalization of around $300 billion, potentially rivaling ExxonMobil $480 billion and Chevron $282 billion. Proponents argue that consolidation would bring operational efficiencies, stronger financial resilience, and a more competitive edge against U.S. oil majors, especially given the valuation gap between European and American energy regimes. Why do we have to be competing? Can you think about us, the liquor person, for once? Think about we, hey, hello, we down here. Everybody competing to be better and bigger and be wealthier. To what avail? However, significant hurdles remain. Antitrust regulators could challenge such a deal, given concerns about reduced competition. Additionally, Shell's leadership has downplayed the likelihood of large acquisitions, signaling a focus on organic growth rather than major buyouts. BP's poor stock performance and investor frustration, highlighted by activist investor Elliott Investment Management's stake in the company, could urge it to explore strategic options, including a merger. You know, we sit down here and say, yes, that sounds good. Yes, good. That sounds like a good move, not realizing that while we're celebrating their success and they're fattening themselves, we're actually starving ourselves. Next up, that is it for our Business and Tech segment. Business and Tech News brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to grandcoffeehouse.com, shop today, and get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. And now it is time for our health and I'm so sorry, AT. I should have seen the comment. Greed doesn't start with C. You're funny, AT. You're funny. You're really funny. All right. Health and Science News brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. I got to play my promo over here on YouTube. I'll be right back with Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. All right, first order of business in our health and science segment. Memorial Hermann Hospital declared member not in good standing by OPTN due to violations of transplant policies. Okay, let's get into this one. The OPTN has levied criticisms against a major Houston hospital. At a meeting on February 20, the board of directors at the Organ Procurement and Transportation Network, OPTN, declared Memorial Hermann Hospital, with University of Texas at Houston, a member not in good standing. I think we have a soundbite for this. Let's see if we can play this one. Let's hear what it says. It is loading, folks. It is loading. So, Memorial Hermann, a transplant hospital based in Houston, faced this designation. All right, here we go. Let me turn the volume up. Okay, it's frozen. All right, I have to close it out and go again. These things do happen, right? All right, let's try again because I want to hear what the soundbite has to say. Um, just a second, just a second. Oh, okay, no, that's not it. I guess they removed that. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and read it. So, Memorial Hermann, a transplant hospital based in Houston, faced this designation due to serious violations of OPT and policies and bylaws, as well as lapses in patient safety and quality of care. This designation is the most severe action the OPTN can take independently according to its bylaws. It serves as a public notice of significant issues within a member organization. However, the bylaws also outline standards for members to have the designation reconsidered and potentially removed if they demonstrate substantive improvement. Last year, the hospital suspended its liver and kidney transfer programs on April 10, ceasing to add patients to its wait list or accept organ offers. Wow. Several days after that move, a report from the New York Times had accused a surgeon, Dr. J. Stephen Bynum Jr., of secretly altering transplant databases with the intention of making some of his patients ineligible for liver transplants. Please tell me if this is true, that his license was revoked. Several weeks after the initial report, the hospital confirmed that there were inappropriate changes to the donor acceptance criteria within the United Network for Organ Sharing. The transplant information database is made by a single physician for some patients awaiting a liver transplant. The hospital did not mention Dr. Bynum by name. Wickedness can't done enough. And who said that's something there out of Jamaica? Wicked is peanut dread. Wickedness cannot done. What is wrong with us? You swear, as a medical professional, you take an oath to do the right thing. Or did I? May God forgive you. May God forgive you. Because this is sounding to me as though you would tamper only because you are paid to do so. And when I say that, we know that many people need organs, right? And organs come at a high cost, very expensive, lucrative business. And because it is such a lucrative business, one might be tempted to do egregious and illicit things, things that go against or better judgment. Let me be light. Things that go against or better judgment. We, granted, I guess it's something that's happening. We pick and choose who we want to live and who we want to die. And this is what's happening right here. Isn't that what's happening? When you make inappropriate changes, right, that is affecting the possibility of one being eligible for a transplant, one who was, but now because of those changes, they're no longer eligible. Or you sleep at night, knowing that that change could cause that person to die, to dead. How do you sleep at night? Again, greed. Nothing is wrong with money, it's the love of money. That's the problem we have. The love of money. That's our problem. U.S. Fish and Wildlife is begging you to eat more invasive marsh rodents. He couldn't sleep at night. I agree, Dr. Shar. There's no way you can sleep at night. So U.S. Fish and Wildlife is begging you to eat more invasive marsh rodents. This not sound safe. Anyway, we could go ahead and get into this one, courtesy of popski.com. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is asking Americans to step up as conservationists and make a meal out of cat-sized rodents. Sorry, I feel like I'm going to pass out on this one. The plea is part of the agency's annual National Invasive Species Week, which ran February 24th to today, which highlights the numerous non-native animals wreaking havoc on local ecosystems across the country. Don't do that, Mr. President. Don't do that. No, but this don't licking lips. Experts in this case are particularly focused on nutria, a herbivorous semi-aquatic mammal that looks like a cross between a giant rat and a beaver. Oh, Jesus. Nutria are native to South America, but were first brought to Louisiana in the 1930s to help meet fur industry demands. By the early 1940s, hurricane damage to nutria farms accidentally allowed the voracious and rapidly reproducing animals to escape into the wild, where females average 2 litters of pups per year. A single adult nutria can weigh as much as 20 pounds and is capable of consuming its own weight in vegetation every day, year round. Prior to concerted mitigation efforts, nutria were estimated to annually devour as much as 90,000 acres worth of coastal wetlands. The scope of their damage can affect everything from flood patterns to agriculture to public health. Thanks to decades of conservation campaigns and $6 per tail hunting season bounties, damage estimates dropped down to around 5,500 acres in 2024. But nutria continue to pose a problem if populations are left unchecked. Today, the rodents are also causing trouble along the Atlantic coast and in portions of California. While rodents aren't a staple of many U.S. dinner plates, nutria can be prepared a number of different ways, depending on one's preference. Unsure of how to properly prepare nutria for your next meal? And that's Nutria. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has 2 words for you: nutria gumbo. Their meat is lean, mild, and tastes like rabbit. There are even entire cookbooks dedicated to nutria-based dishes. Nutria for home use, released in 1963, included recipes not only for gumbo, but macaroni nutria casserole and nutria chop suey. Oh, Jesus. Mr. President, you saying licking your lips about yummy. You ever eat that? If you came to my house and I said to you, that's nutria, you're going to eat it, knowing that nutria is a rodent. And if me hear rodent, may I hear rat? And one thing we feed rat poison. Like any wild game, however, it's important to prepare the meat properly to avoid contamination. It's also still necessary to check up on local hunting regulations to ensure you're collecting them legally. But if the thought of nutria bacon rolls doesn't sound appetizing, National Invasive Species Week also highlights plenty of other options for the dedicated conservationist. Oh my God. The northern snakehead fish, invasive carp, feral hogs, and evergreen iguanas. So people like me, I got dead for hungry. Because certain things me not eat. I'm not knocking it. If you eat it, that's okay. You know, I'm Jamaican, and as such, there are only certain things we eat. Cow, goat, pig, chicken. Some of we eat turkey, some of we eat rabbit, some of we eat eel. But we draw the line at certain things. I don't think you can iguana, the three of them love it. While you're there commenting, folks, don't forget to tap up the screen on you on TikTok. We have over 3,000 likes. Thank you all so much for tapping up, and thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for everyone coming into TikTok Live for Coffee to World News on the Go. And of course, a big thank you to everyone on YouTube Live. One thing with me, Jamaica, they're a rat for dead. Rodent, that for dead, but not to be eaten by us. I'm sorry. My palate is not that what's the term I should use, Mr. President? Cultured. I'm not that cultured. And that's why everybody yard you for eat, you cannot go to everybody yard and eat. Yes, I have heard that possum is a delicacy, and God know, if me ever knows a possum is being served to me, I am walking out. Sorry, I get it. I get it. It's because I'm not accustomed to it. It is a part of some people's cultural delicacy, but it's not for me. Not for me at all. There are certain things that will not pass these lips. Certain things will make me want to go vegetarian. I might join you on the vegetarian trend, Mr. President. But yeah, so that article closes out our health and science segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to Lormel Skin Food and discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils, all 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. And that story brings us to the end of this episode of Coffee in Tow. Yes. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Listen, I did it because I'm busy reading. No, Geely, not even like a jerk seasoning. Turtle. They used to sell turtleneck in Jamaica. I don't know if it's still a thing. AT says, waiting to try turtle. Geely says, we turtle. So Geely is from St. Lucia. It's like beef. AT says, iguana tail is said to be good. We eat possum with a little sauce. Went to a restaurant at Hard Rock Hotel when it was fairly new in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And this restaurant, Lord have mercy, when I opened the menu and I saw alligator tail, I turned to my husband. I said, come, let's go. I'm not eating here. Because Uno can't tell me so the same I'll want to use for fried alligator and not it I use for fried chicken. Yes, I'm uncultured like that. And I'm okay being uncultured like that. Yeah, Rastafari. I was hoping you would have been able to get onto TikTok Live. But I get it if you're in the office. Good to see you here on YouTube. Grenadians eat Amarillo. Them eat that in Trinidad to them. Curry that in Trinidad to Gile. Yes, and Amarillo, for those of you who don't know, has a hard shell, right? That hard thing, them hard back. Yes, busy. Stay focused. Armadillo. Yes, armadillo. Yes, thank you for the correction. Armadillo has a hard shell. And yes, they do curry that in Trinidad. I don't know about the other islands. Tell Mr. President to come to the front of the class. He seems to have indulged in a lot of different delicacies over there across the Caribbean. He says possum. Which one is the best meat you have had, Mr. President? You have to put it down in comments. Which one is so sweet? I know where my mind was going. I know you've had it, RoSolo. RoSolo has had armadillo. I know. Oh, the armadillo, sweet. It tastes like curry goat. Yes, armadillo. Does it taste like curry goat? I want to know. Mr. President say cat is the sweet. You know what I'm done right there, so that is where we come to the end of the live show on YouTube. Going to be playing a little bit of music to help us unwind on TikTok. So I'm going to invite everybody to hop on over to TikTok live, as we cannot play the music unfortunately on YouTube live. But I just want to say this: a big thank you to all of you who have been supporting YouTube. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. If you are over here on TikTok, I invite you to hop on over to YouTube and hop on over to YouTube and subscribe to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. The link is also in our bio right here on TikTok. But to everyone on YouTube, remember, just a quick reminder, tomorrow is the deadline for the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue for 2025. The applications for the program close out tomorrow. We do have a link available for you to make it easier for you to find it. The link is on our Coffee in Tow website resources page. All right, so you want to head on over there. Two other reminders: applications for the program, the 2025 Global Career Scholarship Program, will close on March 7. Head on over to Coffee in Tow resources page, the website. You will find it there. One more for you. Jamaicans, come to the front. A claim deadline of March 7 is in place for the reverse income tax credit. You should have already submitted your application for the claim. There are so many people who have not collected their money. I think it's some 20,000 people have not collected their money for the, I hope I said the figure right, but the reverse income tax credit. Please collect your money. If you don't, it goes back in the government's coffers. You filled out an application form. You were deemed eligible for this reverse income tax credit. I think it's of $20,000. I'm not, don't quote me. Go get to no money. Or not eligible for it. Go pick up on the money. Right? We're in some serious times. We need every dollar we can get. All right? Every penny matters. All right? So, all of that is there. And remember to head on over to the shop tab, click the link for lormelskinfood.com, where you can get your 100% organic skincare and hair care products. Also, grandcoffeehouse.com, where you can shop today and get 20% off all your coffee products if you use the code CoffeeInTow20. So once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone on YouTube Live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't forget to like, comment, and share the channel with your friends, with your coworkers, your family members. All right. And we will be back with you Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. It's time for me to end the stream. We're going to be on TikTok for just a little bit, just a little. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.